Good morning, everyone, and welcome to more Forza Horizon 5. Let me get down here, and it's just me at the moment, but who knows if that will change. Thank you for a really good stream and discussion yesterday about a myriad of topics. Um, most unexpected, um, but still, it was great to have your company and stuff. We're gonna do more of this today. And I do want to say, like, there's a whole bunch of games I want to play, right? Get to and do other streams of. You can expect, like, regardless of whether I have any hunters at my side, Monster Hunter Wilds is gonna return soon, TM. I'm thinking possibly on the 10th. Um, Due to, like, the event quests that are going on. Unga Bunga Raidao is added on the 7th, although I'm gonna basically say the 8th because by then, because of time difference, it'll be guaranteed. But yeah, I'm thinking of playing Wilds on the 10th, just for the day, because I'm casually getting the Hunter rank 50. And there'll be other event quests going on that I will be able to do. Can't do Unga Bunga Raidao yet. Have to be post 50 for that. So yeah. But that's not what we're playing today. Today we're gonna do more Forza Horizon 5 because I really, really like it. And this will also be the last stream that you're gonna see of the DB10, more than likely. In this stream we will actually achieve full car mastery. Of the DB10. And what I'm going to do is we're immediately going to find an event. And I'm going to have it be that one.
In 200 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Okay.
In 400 meters, turn right. Turn right. In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination. You have arrived at your destination.
I have indeed, haven't I? Okay. Again, we're sticking with the DB10 for now. And actually, I think what I'm going to do in this stream, certainly if I'm still soloing, I'm going to have a look at maybe the auto show, like the full car list and stuff. Wait, has it just updated my difficulty? Wait. No. No. There we go. Just check it saved it. Average and medium, yeah. So the game seems to think I'm really good and it should raise my difficulty. I mean, not so sure. We'll see how this goes and I'll consider it. I've been bouncing between average and above average. And this game thinks I'm above average? God, look at this. Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was in the zone. That happens. That happens. Hope everybody's doing well. Yeah, so Ross, like, do you want a convoy invite, buddy? Do you want to fire up the game and join? Like, because honestly, I've been enjoying this the most in co-op. That's not saying you have to join, but like, I didn't buy this game to play it alone, really. I'm so glad it's finally on a PlayStation. Look, it's finally on a PlayStation. This is the PlayStation menu for a PS5. Crazy. We did earn car mastery there. Oh, I need 4 more points. 4 more points, man. Great stuff. I hope you're well, Ross. Thank you so much for stopping by. Yeah. Let's see. What do I want to do next? Probably a similar event nearby. Which means over here. Yeah. I have wheel spins, right? I have wheel spins? Oh, I don't have wheel spins. Also, what's this Forza Fun shop? Swear I saw it somewhere. Forza Fun shop. Oh, I think you have to be at the one of the festival sites, right? Yeah, I'll check it out later then. Busy at the moment? Yes, it is. Oh, it absolutely is. So, like, just like Sea of Thieves on PlayStation 5, right? Check this out. If you go to crossplay. Crossplay allows for multiplayer interactions with players on other platforms. There you go. Yes, it is. So the way that it works, though, is that in order to play either Sea of Thieves, Minecraft Legends, or Forza Horizon 5 on a PlayStation with crossplay, what you do is you have to actually have a Microsoft account, you know, which then you create a Xbox Live ID. So obviously these accounts are free to create, but then, like, the benefit of that is that you can then link your PlayStation Network account and your Xbox Live ID / Microsoft account together, and you know, then you can see all of your Xbox friends on the PlayStation version of Forza. And as you can see here, we can look at the creative hub of P3 himself, right? Mr. Phil Spencer, CEO of Microsoft Gaming. And you can see that he doesn't have any tunes, no photos, no blueprint events. Like, he just plays the game, doesn't create in the game, but that's fair enough. But there we go. There's Phil Spencer himself. Hello, Switch Boy. 5 ways to kill you. Yeah, listen, Switch Boy. I know, man. I know. Listen, man.
Turn around.
Do you want my
Use your
take?
face to do so.
I'll give you my take. Here's my take. It sucks. It does suck. And you know what's gonna happen? Like, here's the thing. It will take a lot to change course, right? It's gonna take some crazy things that you might not even think are related to gaming in order to make the trends, like, swap the other way. But, like, if you guys really want the price of consoles and games to go back down, do you know what you actually have to do? You have to stop buying them like across the board, right? But then again, even that might not be enough. And then when it comes to like political elections and things, you need to vote for the party that has the strongest chance of beating the party that is pro like increasing prices, enforcing tariffs, and you know, I don't really like getting political on the internet, but like, yeah, if you don't like what the current administration is doing, you just have to get the administration out. Even if it means voting for another party that, you know, their values don't necessarily still align with yours, but you just know that when you look at the wider public, the majority of people that live where you live or live in the country that you're in, most of them feel this way and are voting for this opposition, right? So you could just be part of that movement for the sake of change, right? In which that you hope is positive. While we're on the topic of politics, there has been a shift where I live. Not going to mention exactly where, because I want to protect my, you know, own privacy and stuff. But I'm in the UK, and you know, we now have a completely different mayor in our area. So
400 meters. Turn left.
Because you know, our council elections were yesterday. I did not vote, and you know, I do have reasons for that I probably don't need to get into. I'm a bit like, I'll say it like this: the party that I've historically voted for are the party that are currently in power in the UK. I have historically been a Labour voter, and as a Labour voter, I don't like everything that our Labour government is doing. I'll just say it like that. You know, there have been cuts to benefits for disabled people like myself, and you know, a whole other issues that again I don't need to get into here. All of these issues are more important than gaming in the grand scheme of things, right? We're going beyond gaming and now talking about like people's quality of lives.
Well, someone is keen for Horizon Arcade. Why wouldn't you be? This is the best place to play games and do stunts with other drivers.
You know?
We'll start soon. You run along and make friends.
But yeah, let's circle it back to gaming. Yeah, the whole kind of Xbox price increases, man, they suck. But I'm not surprised. Let's read the chat before I play more Forza. And let's have a discussion. You know? We need a gaming crash. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I mean, yeah, the Xbox is a great system, man. But like, just like PS5, but like this is the first generation of consoles where, rather than the system getting cheaper over time, the price has gone up for the exact same console. That, you know, it's not like when they increase the price, they're increasing the performance. I haven't bought cars in this game. Like, here's the thing, right? I'm a Gran Turismo player. I come from a franchise where you start the game, you have 20,000 credits, which isn't even enough to buy a new car, at least not a good one. So you have to go to these second-hand markets to find a banger, but a really good banger. Like, I'm talking like with Gran Turismo 1, well, that game was new in 1998, So your 20,000 credits, okay, you wouldn't be able to have the 98 Skyline. In fact, wait, there wasn't even a 98 Skyline, was there? There would have been a 1997 Skyline. Couldn't get that. But you could get like the 1991 Skyline. Not as powerful, but had a lot of potential. So you get a 91 Skyline or something. And then race by race, you just do the few races you have access to. You win them, and with the money that you get from winning those races, you reinvest in your 1991 Skyline. And you tune it up. You can't tune it up completely because you don't have enough money. But you pick the one or two car parts that will add the most horsepower for the least money. Or maybe you reduce the weight of the car by doing a weight reduction upgrade or something. And then you do more racing, right? And so the reason of like how I have 3 million credits in Forza is that I've barely bought any cars. Now there have been a handful, but like because I bought the premium edition of the game, and here's the crazy part, even if I didn't, I've been winning so many cars from wheel spins and things that I honestly think if you play Forza, you don't even need to buy cars to beat the game. You don't. So it's like, what is the point in Auto Show, really? Like, look how many... I have over 100 cars. I had over 100 cars, I think by the end of... Was it the third stream? Like, it was nuts. And again, I bought the premium edition. I believe before I started playing, the premium edition gave me, what, 36 cars? But like, just playing the game exploded that number so much that it was ridiculous. This game is like a credit and car pinata. I kind of feel like it's a bit too easy. Like, obviously, when you crank the difficulty up, absolutely not. But, like, if anybody was to say to me, like, man, you just don't get enough cars when you play a Forza game. What? Like, nobody's saying that, right? Nobody's saying that. Yeah, dude, that's why you have no money. You don't need to buy cars. You don't buy cars. You know what I'm saving my money for? I want 5 million so that I can buy that castle on the map where once I own it, I get like a super wheel spin every day when I log into the game, like ever. And then that's just gonna give me loads of free cars, right? Which if I really wanted to, I could sell for more credits if I don't want them. And then after that, we're gonna get a further 2 million, so 7 million total, to buy the house that says you can fast travel to any road on the map. Not like any hub or any of your homes, any road on the map. Think about how much quicker that's gonna make completing the rest of the events. Like, you know? When a Gran Turismo player comes to Forza and just has a look at how the game works, I very quickly realize that there's ways of being efficient in Forza that perhaps a lot of Forza players just don't even realize. You can beat everything except a championship in whatever car you want. This game, with exception of the championships, has let me use this Aston Martin DB10 for literally every race that I've wanted to drive to. And as a result, like, you could say that it's a bit boring and also again, I don't see the point in buying cars. You don't need to. And personally, I think that's a problem for a car game. But when you actually think about what Forza Horizon is, and what Microsoft want this game to be, and Playground Games, the devs, they wanted to make an open world car game for anyone to have fun in. And there are gonna be those people, particularly among more casual gamers, where they don't care about using like all the different cars in the game. They just want to use one car, right? They have a favorite car, their dream car, and they just want to drive it around. So what Horizon is trying to do in the way that it's designed is appeal to the broadest range of gamers, whether you are hardcore or casual, and everything in between. And as such, the way that they design their events and the lack of restrictions on them, yeah, you don't need to buy cars. Because like what Gran Turismo will do, by comparison, is like, for this race event, it has a performance point limit of, let's say, 700. And if your car is over 700 performance points, you must either make that car worse or buy a completely different one that's under the limit.
Sorry to bother a future Hall of Famer, but can I have your input on this next adventure?
Yes. We are gonna go for more dirt racing, because I think I'm enjoying it more than the Baja. The Baja. The Baja. So, because here's the thing with Forza Horizon, rather than saying like, hey, this event is a 700 event, bring something that's 700, you can turn up at the starting line in whatever you want, and then automatically all of the AI cars like are swapped to cars that are of a similar performance point value of whatever car you showed up to the event in. It's the complete opposite way of GT, and in my opinion, personally, just for my taste, it's less fun. It's less fun because I don't even have to think. I don't have to think. Like, even the tuning shop, like, this is neat, but like, if you want to tune a car, you can even have Forza choose your parts for you? Like, okay, cool. I would never do that. Basically skilled, but yeah, like, it's, so again, I'm having fun, and again, I don't mean to like trigger any Forza Horizon fans or you know,
Yes,
criticize the dev team.
Tell her the shots of me are actually quite good.
I can understand why they've designed Forza Horizon the way they have, and you know what? I don't think they should change it. Because you know what all of what I'm talking about is? This is how Forza Horizon makes itself unique from other driving games that exist on the market. They should not change it
Turn around.
to be more like GT and more like things that I find personally more appealing. They should keep it like this. Because there are some times when, you know what? I don't want to overthink it. I do just want a chill racing game where I just fire it up in whatever car I want, do the race. It's a good time. You know? It's a good time. So, and this is why my gaming library is so large, but because of the economic times we live in, it's probably not going to grow at the same speed anymore. In fact, I know it for a fact. But, like, not to boast or anything, but, you know what? I'm going to be okay if games go up in price. Do you want to know why? I'm going to show you why. Oops, sorry, wrong screens. Very wrong screens. Hold on. Can you guys see that? Can you guys see how large my PS4/5 digital library is? Can you see how many titles are there? And again, that's not counting PS1, 2, and 3. That's only games that are digitally compatible with a PlayStation 5 system. So it's only the digital library of PS4 and PS5. If I never had to buy a game again, you know what, guys? It's okay. It's okay. Because there are 1,061 different games there. And some of them aren't even games. So, like, bear in mind, some of them are betas for games that I also, you know, eventually got the full release of, but the beta is taking up a number, and so the count is inflated. Some of them are game demos as well, right? Not all of these are games, but the majority of them are. If I really if I really couldn't buy another game again, and if all I could afford was, like, keeping up the online membership and literally nothing else, and I just had to stay on PlayStation 5 and Nintendo Switch 2, which I have managed to pre-order and pay for, you know what, that's alright, man. I think to a certain point, you know, like, if console prices are gonna keep going up, that's not a company saying I have to pay them. That's a company saying, hey, this is what this is going to cost from now on. You can just say no.
In 400 meters.
And I get it. I understand FOMO and how all that works psychologically. But, like, things are going up in price to the point where I'm like,
Turn left.
you are killing any potential excitement that I could possibly have for whatever future system or game you're cooking up. Like, I'll be like, yeah, that looks cool, but I don't want to pay 700 for it or 800. You know, I want to remind everybody, yes, I own a PlayStation 5 Pro. I didn't buy that. I only have a PlayStation 5 Pro because of the insane generosity of my own mom. You know? I still probably wouldn't own a Pro if she hadn't have done that. And the reason is because I was perfectly happy with my base PS5, in all honesty. Like, my base PS5 wasn't broken. By the way, my mum has it now. Part of why she got me a PS5 Pro is so that she could join me on PS5 games. So she got my old system and wanted to treat me to the new one. And I'm like, wow, you know, this woman is incredible. You know, yeah. Could I just say something? Claire Redfield deserves more love. Well, she has been in other games, right? Not in Resident Evil games I've played. But wasn't she? I'm pretty sure she is in other games. Exactly. Yeah. Hey, listen. I didn't say I was good at this. You know what's really funny? Because this game isn't Gran Turismo, where Gran Turismo, in terms of how the handling is, Gran Turismo tries to be realistic. This is more, I would call it Simcade. It's like a halfway house between a simulation feel and an arcadey feel, where it's not realistic at all. It's more like Ridge Racer and stuff. I act like when they make car handling not realistic, I'm actually worse at driving. Straight up. because the car isn't behaving how I expect it to through corners and things. Part of why a Gran Turismo game takes long to develop, and you know, they have kind of launched with not as much content as a Forza, is because each individual car, there's no copy pasting. They really do their homework on each individual vehicle. And again, I'm not knocking the way Forza's developed. You know, there's benefits to both approaches, and just for my personal taste, GT7 is just my preferred driving game. And you're like, well, why aren't you playing it right now? Dude, you know how much of GT7 I've already completed. Granted, not everything, but certainly enough to be satisfied. And I'll just revisit it when I'm in the mood for it. What am I in the mood for now? Forza Horizon 5. So here I am. Like I said, I'm glad they're different. I'm really glad they're different. And you know what? Can we talk about that little golden wheel at the top? In the middle? My god, the dopamine hit from earning a car mastery point, man. The fact that as you're driving around, there's that little XP bar. I cannot get enough of filling that thing. Can't get enough of it. Like, it's great. You know? And actually, I think that's another reason why I've stayed with the Aston Martin DB10. It's not just the fact that the events allow me to. It's like, I don't want to use another car until I've completely done the car mastery for this one. Again, I come from Gran Turismo. In Gran Turismo, because of the way that the economy works in the game, you have to live with a car for a while. You know, you have to buy a cheap car, slowly upgrade it race by race, and let it complete a good chunk of the game for you before you buy something else. Like, if you're someone that just buys a ton of cars, you're just never gonna have any money for anything. And like, another thing I learned very early on about Forza Horizon is, like, when you show up at an event, like let's say you show up in an A-grade car, all of your opponents are going to be A-grade cars around a similar point value. So the smart money and the smart thing to do is like, okay, my DB10 is an A-grade car. What is the absolute highest performance point that my DB10 can be before it's no longer an A grade but a low S1? So what I did was I tuned this DB10 to 800 because that is the top of A grade. And what that means is that because my opponents are all guaranteed to be A grade as well, I will have an easier time if I make this DB10 immediately an 800, which is easy to do because I have so much money that I can just buy the best parts for the car, like, without even any difficulty whatsoever. I could just show up and just be like, I'll take one of everything, sir. Like, it's not hard. To be honest, I wish it was harder. I wish it was harder. I wish I had to really work for and earn the car parts personally. But, so like I almost wish there was like a hardcore Forza Horizon. I'm not on about driver difficulty because the AI can kick my ass. Again, I'm not too great with simcade handling. But if there was a hard version of the economy, that would be really cool. Heyo, nephew. No, you shouldn't trust me driving a car, although I have done it before, like a real one. And I didn't crash, Switchboy. I have actually driven around Goodwood Racing Track in an electric car that had two different speeds. 0 miles an hour and 30 miles an hour. There was almost no in between. I was in a race, like a full, I think it was like a 12-hour race. I'm not joking. So there was a whole bunch of schools involved. 12-hour race in this 30 mile an hour electric car. Now you may be thinking, holy shit, 12 hours. There were multiple drivers, dude. There were multiple drivers with multiple schools, and most of the schools made their own vehicle, made their own cart. What Trelaws did, the school for disabled people, you know, the school that I went to, they commissioned a company. I think it was called Demand or something. I can't quite remember. But yeah, they commissioned a company to build our car. And they gave us a really awesome livery and everything. And then essentially, you know, a bunch of us were selected to be drivers. And I feel I was fortunate to be one of them. And it was a really good experience. And yeah, no, it was so cool. And do you want to know something? There was like 24 to 30 different teams. Like, so basically students from 24 to 30 different schools. Considering, right, that you know, we weren't all able-bodied students. Like, not all of our drivers could get in the car unless we were hoisted in, so our pit times were longer than everyone else, right? Because of that. I had to be hoisted in and out of the car, for example. Do you want to know, like, where Trelaws came in the race? Do you want to know what we achieved? Despite the fact that some of our pit times were among the worst, we got 9th. We broke into the top 10. I'm really proud of that. So, yeah. But I have a few more stories about this momentous day of my childhood. So, yeah. The car could only go for like either 0 or 30. Because it had like little buttons on the steering wheel to basically make the motor do its thing. And then the car had to break down when it was my go, didn't it? I was driving along, and then all of a sudden I had bzzz, and you know, obviously though I was still moving, like I'd lost power, and so I was just like, well, I'm just gonna like coast along, you know, let the momentum, a bit like this, right? Imagine like letting go of the accelerator is losing power. I noticed I was losing power and I was slowly getting slower and slower and slower. And I basically, when I got to this point, I just pulled over at the side so I wasn't in the way of anyone else. And the thing is, whenever breakdowns happened during this race, because it happened to a few other kids as well, like there was a pickup truck where they'd put the car on. The kid would hop on the back of the pickup truck thing, and then they would go over to the pits. I couldn't do that because, of course, you know, I'm a disabled wheelchair user and stuff. So when the car broke down on me, they didn't bring up the pickup truck. No. They sent the ambulance to my ass, even though I hadn't crashed, I wasn't injured. But yeah, they go get the ambulance because, of course, they needed the hoist to lift me out the car and all that stuff. I kid you not, when my mum saw the ambulance, she thought I'd crashed. And then the door opens and I'm like, hi, Mum! Oh my God, she wasn't happy that I went, hi, Mum! Like, absolutely beaming. Yeah. There's another thing about this story, like the day that I want to tell you as well. My dad, obviously being quite a competitive guy, like we love watching racing. Like we used to watch Formula 1 together and stuff. My dad also was really proud of this day and happy I was there and involved in everything, right? So naturally, he brings his camcorder. to film it, right? The Goodwood Racetrack has a chicane near the end of it, near the final straight, and he thought that would be a good spot to, like, you know, oh, Andy's coming round, and then he wanted to film me drive the chicane, like lap after lap. And here's the funny thing, and why I unfortunately don't have a video of this awesome memory. Any time that my dad thought the camera was on, he actually switched it off, and vice versa. And anytime he thought it was off, he switched it on, right? Hence vice versa. So basically when we got home and, you know, we're really excited to watch this videotape of me driving around this chicane, it was just a video of Dad's feet and just talking random stuff to Mum of like, oh, he's coming round, and then the video cuts off because Dad turns the camera off. And then, like, the next part of the video would be like, oh, that was really cool, yeah. And then, you know, like one more lap around the track later, oh, he's coming round again, time to turn on the camera. Cut. So yeah, I'm afraid I can't show you me driving around Goodwood at all, but it did happen. I have my G1 license in Canada. I have to learn to drive now. Wow. I hope you all enjoyed those stories. By the way, Alpha, if you want to join the convoy, let me know, man.
I will happily join it now.
Oh, there you are. Hey. Did you enjoy those stories? And also,
Yes.
It's not a problem that you haven't responded, but yeah, we don't have to talk in detail, but did you see my DMs to you on Discord? Because I hope you like them.
I did,
Yeah.
but I wasn't able to fully read through everything because, again,
Basically, you know that Dave Plummer, former Microsoft employee that I mentioned that he has a really good book that I went to see if there's an audiobook version.
I did see that one. I thought you were going on about everything else.
Okay. Yeah, no, so the everything else, so I'll catch you up on that. Before that though, have you watched the video yet? Because when you do, I want to know your thoughts on it. So feel free to get into that if you want, or you could save it for a reply.
I will level you right now.
Yeah.
Even though I watched the video, I didn't understand a fucking word.
Okay, so watch it again, but maybe slower, or pause it, like because all I wanted to know, I was like, it was quite a simple question, really. I was like, everything is just, is that really what it's like? Because I basically wanted to sit here and respond to you and be like, wow, you know, because to me that's not what my life experience is like. And then I was just sort of like, it was I was imagining a really cool sort of heart-to-heart, like uncle to nephew, like that's so cool, man. But yeah, maybe watch it again when you have time. Because I do think it's cool. I do think it's cool. I genuinely do. Like, yeah.
Yeah.
And to catch everyone else up, we're talking about shout-outs to the YouTuber and content creator Dave's Garage, done by a guy called Dave's Plummer, a former Microsoft employee with autism, and he's actually written a book on autism now. Alpha has autism, for full context. I do not. And I think that's definitely proven true by like just how differently we have discovered we both think. So yeah. And so there was a really cool video Dave did on the subject. Yes, I did, because I needed it out the way to stream. Yeah. So hang on, I need to invite you. So yeah, that's I just said that for the benefit of catching the chat up. But yeah, so I sent Alpha this video because I thought it'd be an interesting watch. And then obviously I sent the video because obviously by sending one video, you now have access to the whole channel. I honestly think, because most of his videos are about tech, right? He was a former Microsoft employee. I think you'll just enjoy those videos. It's as simple as that. most of them aren't to do with autism at all. Like, he's a tech YouTuber, but they're just really, it's just a good channel, man. Like, I really, shout outs to Dave. I really like what he does. You know, he talks you through like the creation of things like the start menu to Windows activation, which in Windows XP was the last thing he worked on before he left. So you can blame him for Windows activation if you want. Yeah, but it was one of those necessary evils. And actually, he does even have a video where he says, give me a few minutes to convince you that Windows activation is a good idea. And I'm like, okay, buddy. I'm listening. But yeah, he's a great guy. Absolutely great guy. Really entertaining. And I think you'll enjoy his content a lot.
There is an XP board over here that is limited to the winter season, and Jesus Christ, that is going to be the hardest thing to get.
Oh, really?
Because of its position.
The Switch Boy couldn't believe I have 3 million credits already, but again, like I explained, I am a Gran Turismo player, and you know now that you've played GT Alpha that you tend to live with a car for quite a while, right? You know, a car becomes a project. You buy the car, and because you don't have any credits to do anything else, you win races with that car and then upgrade it, and bit by bit turn it into its full, like make it achieve its full potential. I have great news for you. It's going to be a little while before we race, because I have just completed the car mastery for the DB10. It's time for me to pick something else. Now, I have a question for you. But yeah, look at this, right? So Switch Boy, I'm on part 6 of the playthrough. I have 119 cars. I've bought very few of those. But we're going to head to the auto show right now. And what I want to know from you, Alpha, is what kind, if you could pick any car, like if you were the host, like what's the thing you want to drive right now, and what is its grade and performance point value? Because I'm gonna meet you halfway here and be like, okay then.
You want me to go through 355 cars.
There'll be a way to narrow it down.
Own.
There'll be a way to narrow it down. Like,
I have told you directly, there are 2 cars that I use strictly for this game. Mm-hmm. That is the Warthog and the 1979 Z28 Chevrolet Camaro. Those are the only 2 cars that I honestly use zealously in this.
What are the performance points of both?
Okay, so if you if I just go to the Warthog on its own has a performance point of 719, which is a slap in the face because your primary car is an A rank. The Warthog is an A rank.
Oh,
and I couldn't use it.
Can it not go to 800?
Oh no, it can go over 800. But you need very specific specifications to make the Warthog go over 800.
Right. And the other car, the Camaro thing?
The Chevy Camaro Z28 1979 version, not the 1970s that is in GT7. I'm on about the 1979 version because that's the more popular and more well-known version.
Okay, yeah.
Is a D rank, which is a lower rank than the 1970s version. but it is able to be specced out a lot more than the
Well,
1970s version.
well, would you want to spec it out? Like, if you were to spec it out, what would it become? Would it go to a C? Would it reach a B? Like, what would happen?
The spec out I have for this particular Chevy is I decided to go a little crazy, and I went duplicate routes. One for street and asphalt racing as a whole, and the other for rally.
Okay.
Specking out the Camaro Z28 1979, you will get up to 941, which brings it up to an S2 rank.
Yeah, I'm
Off-road, you will be able to bring it up to 878.
right, which is an S1. So can we just talk grades? So the grades we're talking about is I've got a choice between S2, S1, D, and was there any other grades there? Or is that it? That's it, right?
That is strictly for the two cars that I run.
Yeah, I know.
But honestly, if you really wanted to go like
No, that's fine.
specific in terms of just doing everything all round, I guess.
Because here's the thing, right? I'm looking at that. You want to drive that Camaro? I'm thinking, if I were to get a classic, you see, you know, like how in Top Gear, this is the best way to explain it. You know how in episodes of Top Gear, they have like, you know, James, May, and Hammond back in the day, they were like, they were all tasked with buying 3 cars and they all had to be similar. What I'm imagining is going to be a lot of fun for us is like, I'm challenging myself to do that. You've got this banger of a Camaro that you just love. It's a D class. So, Portessa now has to go to the auto show and like have a look at all the D classes and choose something and show up with a D class. And then we just have some D class good race, right? Because I need a D class car that I'm going to want to drive, right? This is my logic. I actually want, you know, I don't need to buy many cars in Forza Horizon, but if I'm going to, I want it to be all cars that I want to drive that are also, like meeting each of the classifications. So looking at the D classes, in fact, I'm even going to use the filter here. Let's go for D class all-wheel drive. Show me everything. Okay. Now let's have a look at what we have here. And see if anything jumps out at me. Okay, it's all pickup trucks, baby. It's all, okay. So maybe not. Right, let's take off the all-wheel drive. Alright. Now, again, I'm gonna find something I really want out of this. Oh. Maybe. Yeah, you know what? I think I got a little something, man. I think I know what yeah. I think I know.
What would that be?
A 1971 Skyline 2000 GTR.
That does not surprise me.
Yep. Oh,
does
wow.
not surprise
Somebody
me.
has made... That looks kind of nice, man. Oh, wait a minute. Fucking hell, man. Dude, I can have it look like actual Japanese professional car racers that actually drove the same freaking thing. Somebody's done a
Yep.
livery of number 15 Kurosawa. I'm afraid I do not know his first. I have to do it, man. Somebody would have been a mega Kurosawa fan and like, yes. Dude, that's incredible. You know, I'm gonna follow that creator. That's incredible. We have to wait for the screen. But yeah, man, like, rather than like, because again, you joined me on this game stuck in a DB10 because I wanted to max out a DB10. Now it's time for me to meet you halfway and, you know, it would be my pleasure. Oh, it's still not. It's not. It didn't apply the livery. Hang on a minute. Come on. Is the online being funky again? Let me go out of the auto show and back in. Let me do that. Okay. Auto show. And gonna jump to manufacturer. And we're gonna get this 1971. I'm excited to drive this, man. Like, this is gonna be interesting. Right, okay, it's loading quickly. I really want to follow this creator because I think this is great. Let's see if it does this. Follow creator. Yes. Download the design. Excellent. Love it. 60,000. Looks incredible, dude. You're going to love this livery, man. Buy it. Right, now, if it's alright with you, just give me a few more minutes, because obviously what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this to the top of D rank, alright? And I would recommend that you maybe do the same with your D car. And, yeah. So, garage. Tuning and upgrades. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do. Save setup.
You are going to learn a lot about tuning very quickly.
Probably not, man, but eventually, yes. Okay. So I'm gonna call this all-round average. All-round average. And then default. The reason why I do this, chat, again, I'm a GT7 player. I want a setup that is like before I change anything, and then a second setup that is for a specific performance point value. Wow. Okay, so 3 horsepower there. Like I'm very quickly in C territory. Which again, we're not allowing to happen, right? That is not... We are not doing that. 3.7. 3.7. 8. Yeah. Oh, that's... Wow, that's 500 immediately. Street exhaust. C immediately. I've got very little room to upgrade this. Extremely small. 4 brake horsepower there. What if I was to convert it, actually? Conversion. Drivetrain. Yeah, all-wheel drive would make it 509. Should we... I have a question for you, Alpha. If you were to spec out this Camaro, how close to the top of C grade can you get it? Because that would give me a lot more wiggle room.
I mean, I can bump it up to C.
Yeah, but can you get to the top of C, or would it not work? In fact, you know what? Let me quickly spec out this Skyline and see what the top
I
of it
would be
look.
able to go up to C rank.
I'm just gonna put all the best parts in this and tell you what grade it ends up being, right?
Okay.
But this is great, taking an old banger and making it sing. Like, this is gonna be good, man. And again, I can do this because... Oh shit, we're at B rank now. Okay, yeah, my thing's at B. But the thing is, if I can't get it to the top of B, I'm not interested, right? So at the minute we're doing, I'm gonna call this a thought experiment, right? That's what this is. You're basically looking at the car parts, putting the best stuff in the basket to see, like, oh, you know, how crazy can I make this thing? And then what you want to do is tone it down. So that you're just at the top of a category. This is going to make the racing actually easier. So yeah, I might... all of the viewers think like, oh man, it's the first time he's playing a Forza Horizon game. It is absolutely not. This ain't my first rodeo, man. Yeah, this ain't my first rodeo. Let me see here. Oh, we actually would get more performance out of a sport transmission. That's funny. So yeah. There's some nuance here that I think is interesting. The race differential. Tires and rims. Compound. Oh wow, it's an A grade. Wow, when you change the tire compound,
Yeah.
we're literally in
Tires do insane amount of lifting for car upgrades.
There's a vintage race tire compound.
Yep.
Which is probably the one to go for, right? Like,
depends.
On
it. Do you actually want it to be vintage-esque
actually
style?
so visually, like, yeah. The stats are actually better with off-road race. I think I'm gonna do off-road race. Yeah. Okay, I'm not gonna do that because... Yeah. We can do that.
Okay. I wanted to make sure this pushed as much as I could make it. It goes from D rank to A rank.
Yeah, but does it go to top of A or not?
It can go over A,
Wow,
but
so can
I'm
this.
debating on whether or not I want to
Yeah.
or if I should because of what you're doing. If you are going to push it up to above A rank, then I guess I will. But it depends on what you want to do. Do you want to upgrade your car above A rank?
So, at the minute, I'm at 4773. I want to try and hit 800, but with the parts, it's looking like you can go over, but you can't. So if I do a terrain swap to make it an all-wheel drive, and then I downgrade from there, right? Because what I want to do is get as close to the top of A. Do you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
But looking at all these parts now, I think I'd have to go to the engine. I'd have to downgrade the engine. Yeah, it's not working. Like that is just stuck at S1 now. And actually, it's going even higher. So when you do the engine swap, the conversion, it actually creates a brand new baseline, which is insane. Yep. So actually, we can't hit the top of A. We're gonna have to hit the top of B. Right?
We'll go B rank.
Yeah, we're gonna have to hit the top of B.
Okay.
So if I change the engine again, and then hold on.
Nope.
Wow, I can't downgrade anymore.
What?
Yeah, wow. What? What? So the engine swap actually makes it that... Wow. Hold on, I might be able to hit the top of A then in that case. Let me try something. I'll let you know if I can.
Okay.
Because doing the engine swap basically unlocks a whole bunch of other engine parts, where the engine swap makes a new stock, and then that stock is upgradable. Which is a weird way of working. Because it works that way, I think the engine swap should be before the engine category. Because it creates a new baseline on the engine category. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's just the way my brain is working. 800 exactly. I've got there.
Hey, there you go.
I've got there.
Okay.
So
now that you have hit that point, I'm going to do what I can
to do the same thing.
Yeah. Which means it's not all that difficult, especially with this. I cannot change my tires. But I cannot adjust the compounds.
This
and
is
they
gonna,
need-
and this is another reason why I'm happy that I have so much money, because I can literally at any point just decide on a car, buy a ton of parts, and like, you know. And the thing is, didn't I convert this to all-wheel drive or something? I think I did, right? Like, it's gonna be amazing. Acceleration.
That is all. Oh, no, it ain't. There we go. Now that should. Yeah, that's all engine upgrades. I'm excluding. Actually, should I exclude? Okay. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, I do. So if I went for a 10-speed gear thing, the performance actually does go. I don't think I'm gonna.
You end up having 10 gears,
Yeah.
but it will mean you need to adjust in the tuning sheet those gears
Yeah, hang on a minute.
to get the maximum performance out of the transmission.
Yeah, no. We're gonna go with the 7-speed. We'll go with the 7-speed because it's statistically better than the 8-speed and unlocks the gear tuning thing. Yeah. Again, now that I've hit the 800 mark, I just want to check things.
Yeah.
So we'll go with a race differential. Tire compound, that's all good. Everything looks good here. Don't really want to change the bumpers. Although that one looks alright. Just make my acceleration and launch worse. Braking is better if you remove the bumper. What?
Mm.
Yeah, no, we won't do that. Yeah. We'll take the wing though.
Okay. That is as good as I'm going to get.
So you've got an 800 classic, yeah?
As close to 800 as I can get. I'm sitting at 794.
Okay, and you're happy to drive that, yeah?
Yes.
Dude, this is 81,650 credits, and I'm spending it like it's nothing, because it is. Yeah. Dude, that's cool. And then in the setup manager, we're now going to do another tune, which I will save and share. And we're going to call this 800 Tuned. And I approach Gran Turismo 7 the same way as Alpha knows. With every car in GT7, you can have up to 10 different setup sheets, and I save each one. You can't share setup sheets with other players like you can with this. But, yeah, I do like this tuning thing. But as I said, because you can kind of show up at most races in whatever car you want without having to worry about tuning and stuff anyway, like there's very little point in this beyond like, it's just here if you want to kind of thing, you know? Which for me, like, in fact, hang on a minute, let me go to my garage a minute. I want to set this thing as a favorite. Add to favorites. Yeah, buddy. Cool. Drive. All right, man. You want to race a classic? Let's go race some classics. So, because of these cars, we probably should try the street races with it, right? Oh, wow.
We can go that route.
Look at this thing. It's beautiful, man. It's beautiful. So I've got a nearby street race that I've not played, like, right here. Oh, sorry, hang on a minute. I just realized. Right here. Oh, baby. Yeah, this thing's insane. Accolade. Thank you. We can rebuild it. Oh, that was from all my tuning. That's funny. Again, thank you to everyone for being here.
400 meters.
Alpha, how happy are you that I'm now finally driving something other than an Aston Martin DB10? You can be honest.
I wasn't exactly too fast. So...
Yeah, but now you can drive your Chimera. How happy are you about that then?
I mean, I'm driving yet another duplicate, which, I mean, I don't care. I've done everything, so...
Man, I went to all this effort to try and like have you drive a car that you said you drive 2 cars in this game when you play it. So it made sense to me to basically...
And I have multiple duplicates of the same car because I don't just have the one version. It's the same thing I'm starting to do with GT.
Here's the
I'm
thing.
indulging in duplicates.
I do know that it is possible to just... When you select a car, you can go into the My Setups thing and then just swap setup. But what you're saying is that even though it's possible... You just find it easy to have another copy of the car and have a different setup on each because it's less button presses, is what you're saying. So what you're saying is you don't like Forza Horizon's menu compared to, say, GT's.
I mean, the thing with GT is when you make a modification, so like you adjust the weight or something very specific to the body and the engine, it's permanent unless you do
buy
a
another
complete
car,
overhaul of the car through
yeah, which is like spending money to basically undo upgrades that if you then want to do them again later, you got to spend money again. So GT treats it, and the reason why they do it that way, it's not to be annoying. It's because there are certain modifications that are in real life that once you've done it to the car, you cannot just take out the part and undo that change. So there are certain engine modifications, for example, that can't be removed. You would need a whole new engine. You just would.
Yeah.
If you wanted to go back to a stock engine. So, yeah. The reason why GT works the way it does is because it's true to life. Every part that can be removed is removable. But those that cannot, like, you know, the weight reduction thing, even if you were to put all the stuff that you ripped out of the car back, it's still not going to assemble exactly the same as factory, which is why they do what they do. Yeah? And because of that, there's actually a reason to have duplicate cars in GT if you want multiple setups. But what you're saying is that philosophy basically means that, like, you carried that philosophy over to this because you just realized it's easier. If I want an A grade version of this car, a B grade version of this car...
I've done this since Forza Horizon 3.
Okay.
Not to the extent I'm doing with
Right. So
this
GT7
one.
just kind of reinforced it, is what you're saying.
Yeah.
Right. I'm looking forward to driving this, man. I'm curious what's gonna happen. I'm actually quite happy, like, pleased with how consistently I've managed to hit the very top of a particular classification. I did not think that this car would be able to go from D grade to S1, but there we are. It's possible.
You can send, like, very, at this point, vintage cars to even the highest grade. No fucking way. Okay. What?
You can't select it?
No, I can. But it's also giving me the option of driving the duplicate Warthog I have as well.
Well, now you have a choice. Dude,
Well,
our
I'm
cars
going to
look
drive
great.
this.
Oh man, I love your little bumblebee. Also, see your dance is really funny. But yeah. Oh my god, night
Oh,
drive.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Because it's street race, anything goes. So you're going to see literally anything and everything now.
Ferrari F50. Hell yeah, man. Nah, I dig it. I dig it. That's alright. Grandpa's here to beat your ass. Let's go. Like, we're driving the granddaddies of all these things. What seems good about the performance point thing of Forza, I will say this. They seem to have got it down to a fine art where, like, if something is close to 800, it has a chance of winning. It just does. Which is really good. To a certain degree, it will matter, like, what parts are used to get there. So, obviously, in a racing game, things that actually improve speed and acceleration are going to be what you want to perhaps focus on. Oh shit. Good recovery, Andy, all things considered. Man, I almost feel like we're driving this like a Starsky and Hutch episode or something. Like, we're just like, 1 minute you're in front, then I'm in front. It's like a cop chase. I need a cop livery.
There's plenty of them.
Yeah, no, I quite like this livery I got, especially if it's based on a true-to-life racer of this car, you know? What happened there, dude? I just saw you go off.
My controller disconnected.
No way, man!
Like, it wasn't even anything. Nothing to do with the controller's battery. It just disconnected on me.
Wow.
Oh shit. This is why I hate the bridges. This is why I hate the bridges.
Well, you saw the other day how the bridges messed me up. I was literally winning until the bridge. Oh god, I've got... Oh man, I took a right when it's a left, dude.
Yeah.
And then I hit a frickin' tree. And then it says checkpoint missed. Are you kidding me? And then it puts me round the corner again. Dude.
This reminds me
everything
of one
that
of
could have
current
gone wrong.
memes.
Everything that could have gone wrong did there.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, we still won.
But yeah, the
You
performance
still
of the car
won
seems
in
fine.
terms of points.
Yeah, the car seems fine. So yeah, let's drive these around.
I'm having a bit of stiff staring.
Okay.
Which
Do you want to try and adjust that? What would adjust that in this game?
I can adjust it. I think it's to do with the differential not being properly tuned just yet.
Cool. I'm going to go to the auto show with you and actually look at the settings. I'm not going to change mine, but I just want to show on the stream what you're looking at. And perhaps if you don't mind, you could talk us through what we're looking at. Yeah. I reckon that would be kind of fun. So yeah, just 1 minute. I'll go to the auto show. It says I've been disconnected. Oh, Forza. Anyway, yeah, I'll go to the auto show. Just give me a minute. Oh, car mastery. What we got? Yep. And let's see. Yeah, we'll go with that one. Yeah. Cool. Auto show. So the differential settings, 1 second. And it's gonna be tuning, custom tuning, right? Right.
Yes.
Differential. Okay. So I'm on the differential tab now. How am I meant to use this? Because there is a description. So increasing the acceleration and deceleration and all. Well, I'm assuming it's the balance is the first thing you're gonna tweak, right? Oh yeah, it's how much torque between all wheels. Okay, yeah. Increasing torque to the front reduces throttle and oversteer to make it more like a front-wheel drive car. Right. So in terms of like... So what you're going to actually do is move the... You're going to increase torque to the rear. Because you said you were getting understeer, right?
Yeah.
So you want more oversteer. So you're going to move the differential to be more rear bias. Which, by the way, by default, that's what my Nissan Skyline is at. It's at 60% rear. So, yeah. It is more rear wheel drivey. You know, the tail's going to whip out round the corner. But that's kind of what I like. You know, it's not 50-50. So essentially what you're saying is like the things that you're doing with the differential here is a bit similar to how I use ballast and ballast positioning in GT7. I'm adding weight to the car and then moving that weight to either the front or back to alter the handling. Okay. There is also differentials that you can tweak in GT7 as well, but yeah. Okay, cool.
Which I do.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. While we're here on this on the tune screen, is there anything else you want to shout out?
One thing you can do that I've not seen GT have, you can adjust the pressure with the tires.
Yes, you can.
Like everything else is pretty much also in GT7,
Wow.
except
In small increments because 2 PSIs can make a big difference. Can't transmit your car's power and headlight without the right tire setup, because the tire pressure also affects the tire's peak, grip, responsiveness, and wear. Adjust the tire pressure for the tires cold so they reach peak grip once they've heated up. Setting tire pressure lower causes the tires to heat faster, but it can reduce overall responsiveness. Setting it higher can increase speed and responsiveness, makes the tires more prone to sudden loss of grip. Having the front tires closer to peak than the rear tires increases the car's ability to turn in, but it can also cause excessive oversteer if the difference is too great. Experiment by tuning pressure in small increments. Wow, okay, and then it's looping. I wish, with the descriptions, I wish you could pause the scrolling and directly control it yourself. And then tell it to auto scroll with a button or something. The auto scrolling is good, but yeah, manual control of it would be nice, because the thing is, you have to read incredibly quickly if you want to read the whole thing, especially if you're trying to read it out loud to somebody, because it takes time to say the words. So, and actually my reading speed is faster than my speaking speed, which I think is true of a lot of people, right? So
yeah.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
okay, well, are you happy then for, like, is your car set up okay now? Like, should we go for other events? And
I'm managing a lot better now.
cool. Well, let's put that to the test by heading over to this street race over here. And I am not gonna miss a checkpoint. He says. In a way, like, this 800 classic car, in some ways, feels even better than the DB10. Now, I can imagine that's not going to be true for off-road stuff. But then again, maybe it will. Like, it was a rally car back in the day as well. Just slap some dirt tires on it. It might be able to do it. You know what I mean? Yeah. Let's freaking go, man.
209 miles an hour at maximum. Because of the gear adjustments.
Oh my god, okay. I haven't messed with gears at all yet, but I might. Does changing the gear thing adjust performance point value?
No.
That's
I think.
insane.
It might.
I feel like it probably should. Because you're directly changing acceleration and top speed. And like the launch stat, for example. And, all this kind of thing.
Yeah, no. Not change the stat at all. Interesting.
I mean, even though you didn't really mind either way, like, I'm just happy that you can actually now, in co-op streams of me, you can use a car that you actually like to use, that is an actual, don't get me wrong, I love the Warthog and everything, but I'm like, in a car game, you want to see, I'm going to trigger every Halo fan here, actual cars.
The Warthog is an actual car.
I can't really, can I buy one to drive to the shops?
Well, you have to build it yourself and then have it MOT'd and everything.
Which it will
so
fail.
It's
so
street legal, and obviously because of how big, heavy, and chunky the Warthog is.
It would fail. Like,
yeah.
It's not.
The
It's
Warthog
a fictional
is basically
military vehicle, sir.
I mean, nothing will change. Nothing is going to make me forget the time Jeremy Clarkson, of all people, was hired on to talk about cars in one of the motorsport games, and they added the warthog as an Easter egg.
Oh wow, yeah, I know what you mean. Because they added the Top Gear track to like Forza 4 and stuff. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah. Here's the thing though, there was a Top Gear episode where like he literally, I think one of them did actually play like Gran Turismo 4 on PS2 as part of the episode. But again, Gran Turismo 2 was the Tekken 3 of racing games. Everybody, well, and probably maybe more so of Gran Turismo 3 because that was actually a launch title for PS2 in the UK. And if you ever played Gran Turismo 3, you'll know that like it was a massive leap over the PS1 Gran Turismo 1 and 2. So, yeah, I did very badly there. I'm sorry. Again, missed the checkpoint. Yeah. And that's the nice thing about like the co-op racing is that yeah, the game's just really easy switch, boy, man. I could make it harder, but I also feel that because of how the AI is, it's not harder in a cool way if you just jack the difficulty up, like the difficulty setting. Because the AI plays really dirty. It either plays really dirty or so it doesn't know what it's doing, right? I've seen the AI crash itself. You know? In addition to just crashing into you. So... But that's the thing, I'm not taking this game too serious. It's designed to, like, quite clearly, you can tell from the abundance of prizes and how quickly you get cars and stuff. This is designed to be a just for fun kind of game, and it really succeeds as that. People that want to take their racing a bit more seriously, that's kind of why GT exists. Although I think modern GT has really established a beautiful middle ground where look at people like CP Skills now getting into GT. You know, he's got assists on and everything, and yet it's still approachable enough to where he's talking about like, you know, tweaking car settings and like the way that they've done GT7 with the cafe where they don't reveal the whole map at once and they don't flood you with features and settings. Like they give it you bit by bit via the GT cafe. I honestly think it's a really good, smart way of doing it. Sorry, we need to find another event. This one over here. But again, I'm loving this game.
In 400 meters, turn left.
And it's looking like a large majority of cars in this game, if tuned right, they can be A grades. It's looking like A grade is like almost the most common class, like the widest pool of cars are able to be A. Do you know what I mean? So if you wanted to do a fair race online, just telling everybody to aim for 800 is probably a great way of them having a high likelihood of just being able to use whatever car they want. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
While also removing the completely ridiculous hypercars that would be above. You know? So in other words, A grade is a bit like the Group 3 car of GT7. You know, definitely race spec, but not so insane that they're unwieldy, right? Because there is such a thing as a car that is too fast, chat. You know? Just look at my Formula 1 playthrough of F1 2021 recently. By the way, I will be resuming that because, of course, at the end of this month, F1 25 is out, and I need to beat the Breaking Point 2 story before it releases. So I will be putting this game down, and also Monster Hunter Wilds down. But also, yeah, I did message you about like when I was thinking of doing a Wild stream. And I was thinking on a weekend so that there was a higher chance that Dundee might be able to join if he wanted. So I'm thinking the 10th. And that's because Unga Bunga Raidao will be released by then. And obviously I'm not Hunter rank level 50, but I need to do another stream to get there. I was thinking the 10th might be the day, if you were up for that. It'll probably be an evening thing, so that Destiny is more likely to join. But now that we've done Aragami 2, you know, this is something we can potentially do. Yeah, that didn't quite go to plan, but we salvaged it. Sometimes the oversteer is so big that I'm literally deviating from the track until just before the smoke. It's like I might as well just keep going this fast but sideways, because it's faster than trying to overcorrect. Do you know what I mean? Like...
Ooh.
As long as
I almost...
Yeah. As long
Be careful on that bridge.
Bridge? What bridge? That's the name of a Gary Newman song, by the way. Bridge, what bridge? Hello. Okay, no worries. Cool, thank you, Mum. Thank you very, very, very much.
Bridge.
Thank you for the warning. Got through the bridge cleanly. It's the traffic that's the real doozy. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay, 4th is where I got to. Yeah. Do you know what, Alpha? I'm tempted to go to the auto show again. This is terrible. Like, you know how like, you know, this old car ended up a D class and then it's ended up as an A. Well, I'm like, if it's an A, I might as well drive my modern GTR because I was thinking that it was going to be going D from a C and instead it went D to A. So I might as well have Don't get me wrong, this old Skyline is cool and, but I mean, I have to own that modern thing eventually. It might as
Fair
well
enough.
be now. Like, it might as well be now. So, yeah. Yeah. Let's do that. Bear with me. Pardon me. I'll make it 800. Oh, yeah, the Forza Font shop. I wanted to look into this. Oh, I can get a Chimera Turbo. Let's do that. And then I can get, apparently, a hot deal on a Toyota Terrano as well. Let's do that. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, let's have a look here. So, jump to manufacturer. My old favorite, the Nissan. And let's see here. Oh, it's an S1. Never mind. It's, do we have an A grade? Yeah, they're S. Wow, they are so S. In that case, well, the V-Spec 2 is a B. The legendary V-Spec 2 is a B. So we could tune up the B. 'Cause yeah. Oh man, the black edition is 810. Can I... ways of making the car worse. Hit me. Like, slightly worse.
What's making a car slightly worse?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, what do I gotta do?
Outside of removing parts, there is no way to make a car worse. There's no ballast.
So...
There's no
Damn, so when it's
engine
810...
outputs.
So when it's 810, you're saying that is literally the hard floor. Like, it cannot be 800.
Pretty much. The only way to go downward for some cars is literally just removing parts. But if it is already like an S1, yeah, you're not decreasing it anytime soon.
Wow, man. Wow, okay. Right, well, in that case, I just need to go to tuning setups and tweak the legendary R34. So we're going to do that. I'll be quick about it. So if I go to my cars, and then I go jump the manufacturer, because yeah, I already own this thing. We are going to make this beautiful V-Spec 2. Add to favorites for one. I'm getting it as another. Right. We are going to tweak it. So, setup manager. Yeah, there are no setups saved for this, so we're going to save one real quick. Default. Thank you for bearing with me while I do this. I'm just like, yeah, this old car's cool and all. But I could drive something newer at the same point. So let's do that. And it turns out that the newest Skyline I can go to while still being an A is gonna be this Skyline. So 778. The 3-liter. So it's gonna add 478 horsepower. That's quite a lot. Oh, that makes it worse. So yeah, I could make the GTR rear-wheel drive to make it worse instead of 4-wheel drive, but you don't want to do that. you just don't you really don't want to do that. Like, that's like cutting the claws off a cat. You just don't do that, you know. Forgive the
You
analogy.
can with cats.
No, you really. It's like chopping their fingers off, man. You really shouldn't. Don't be saying that on the internet, man. No.
The thing with it, though,
File them. Don't cut them off. Like
it does make a cat more aggressive.
Yeah. So yeah, that's it. You do. Therefore, you.
So it is usually all round advised. Do not fucking do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely not.
And if I'm not mistaken, it can also cause diseases within the cat's paws as well.
Yeah. So just don't do it.
Just don't.
Yeah. Just don't do it. You know what? So that things are the same. Yeah, sport front. Sport rear, yeah. None of that. Oh wow.
I cannot incorporate a turbo. Okie dokie then.
Yeah, the differential. Here we go. Tires. If I change any of this, yeah, it's gonna be S all the way around, right? So stock tires. Yeah. Aero. I'm gonna leave it, actually. Yeah, okay, I've got my 100 tune, man. Another 58,000 of parts. It's going from 657 to exactly 800. The BHP is going from 327 to 968. Goddamn.
Yeah.
Now we're street racing. Dom Toretto would be proud, and Paul Walker. Like this is a setup. I'm using Brian O'Connor's, aka Paul Walker, rest in peace. I'm using his Too Fast, Too Furious livery, made by someone else that actually took the time and effort and energy to make it, because you know they're smarter than me. And I'm just stealing it because all artists steal. Like, yeah, all artists steal. 910. I'll be ready to race in a minute. I have to say, I'm quite enjoying tuning, actually. Even though, like, the game design is, like, you don't need to do it, but for the sake of, like, you know, being able to drive in the events in whatever car you want. And then, actually, you do feel the like, once you've upgraded car parts, man, and then taken the car for a spin to feel the changes... Oh man, it's nice. I will say it is nice. So, yeah, there we go. We got a B grade version and a top A grade version. Let's drive it. You can obviously still stay in your classic Camaro, but now I'm showing up like it's Too Fast, Too Furious. Let's do this thing. I have the exact same car in the online of Need for Speed Unbound as well.
I went to a drag race meetup last night and I talked to some mecánicos about the latest rumors. I think you're gonna like this one.
So, yeah. Oh, we didn't win Highland Climb. Let's do this one again and try and win Highland Climb. Now we're talking, that this is a car. This is like one of my favorite cars of all time.
In 400 meters.
I'm never going to want to leave this car. It's going to be worse than the DB10, man. Like, this is just the car for the rest of the game. Unless it's an off-road event.
We've lost him, chat.
Yep. I got my Skyline. In the best livery that I think I've ever seen it in.
Recalculating route.
It's already doing, hang on. Yeah, it's already 200 and I haven't even adjusted the,
In 400 meters.
the ratios.
Turn sharp left.
Yes. This thing is a beast. An A-grade beast. Let's go. Again, thank you to everyone for hanging out and being here. We're now using the R34J Nissan Skyline from 2002. With the Brian O'Connor Too Fast, Too Furious livery. Looking good, man. Oh, you changed to the Supra. Mr. I just used 2 cars.
I thought since you were changing cars, I would change cars as well.
No, you didn't
To
have
something
to.
I've not even used yet.
The thing
Like,
is,
I have it,
the
but I've
thing
not
is, if
used
we
it.
really wanted this to be Too Fast, Too Furious, you've actually picked the wrong Supra. You need the 2001. And then you need to make it orange. Right? You need to download the orange and green livery. You know, because it's
I
the,
went.
it's the bit of the
I went
film.
based on GT7.
Yeah. Hey, close enough. What's funny is that the old Skyline might actually be better than this one, because with the old one being originally a D, there's a lot more upgrade parts that were allowed to be on it than what I could do with this. So even though they're both 800, I would be interested to like. It would be cool if you could loan a car to a friend to see which one was better. Like if I could say, hey, drive my old one, I'll drive this one. 1v1 me, bro. And then like, yeah.
I mean, there's drag race tracks, so...
In fact, actually, with driving this, I can tell you right now, the handling is way worse. Way worse. I might go to the old one. I seriously might go back to the banger.
Oh, right.
Do you know what it could be? It could be the 900 horsepower. It could be too much power, not enough grip. Right?
Perhaps.
I've gone too far. Yeah, dude. I think for this to work, you need settings tweaks, man. Differential. Like, it's way too much oversteer. Like, I feel like I'm on ice skates. 200 mile an hour ice skating.
Sounds like fun.
Anytime I hit the brakes, it's just, look how far away from the corner I am. Like, yeah, we're going back to the old. Like, if we win this, great, but we're going back to the old one. I have turned this into an unwieldy beast. It's too fast, too furious. I suppose that's what I get for using a Too Fast, Too Furious livery. I mean, the nickname for this car, right? The 2002 Skyline was Godzilla. Okay? That's what Japan called it. And I'm not on about like I'm not on about Nissan themselves. That's what like the Japanese public, if they saw someone show up, like, oh no, they're driving Godzilla. Like, yeah. Damn. Yeah, I'm going back to the banger, dude. I could control it. I could control it. I'll obviously leave the setup as it is, but like, yeah.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
What's up?
I've just unlocked yet another head-to-head 1v1 with an NPC racer.
Okay, cool. Oh, I think I've done the same.
Second midnight battle. Oh no.
I've got the 19...
You mean to tell me I wasn't even close to done with Street? Oh no.
So I've just unlocked the 1971 Ford Mustang, Mustang. Win the midnight battle with the Mustang. Is that the one you're on about or not? Are we on about the same event?
I am on 1984 Honda Civic.
Midnight battle. You ready for this? I'm ready for this. I've been stockpiling energy drinks for weeks.
Wow, okay.
I've
Dude has been stockpiling energy drinks for weeks. Dude has been stockpiling energy drinks for weeks. I think we need to keep him waiting and let him simmer down. I'm going back to the old Skyline because I could drive it. Which is so funny. Oh, I've just made the R34 like literally undrivable. Like, no, I need to go to my cars, right? Hang on. Yeah, that one. Oh, that's really funny. So in a way, like, taking a low-grade car and taking it up to A basically means it's going to be more adjustable, more upgraded, because it's further away from that A-grade ceiling to begin with.
Turn around.
And therefore potentially just better and more drivable.
In 100 meters, turn left.
Because it's more improved than stock. Like, it's interesting. The nuances of this, the upgrade system is very interesting to me. Let's go here.
Turn around when it is safe to do
But yeah, I've gone back to the 1970s one.
Yeah.
And I can actually turn corners as a result. Like, holy shit. He says as he smashes into the solid wall. But just look how much more drivable this is. And yet it feels really speedy.
In 400 meters, turn left.
Let's take a shortcut.
Left. In 200 meters, turn left.
Ow. I have discovered more roads in this game than Cyber Ryan, who's had access to this game for literally years. And I have done it in just 6 streams. This is another thing about, and again, I am not making fun of anyone when I say this, but I almost feel like maybe one of the issues, in fact, issue sounds too strong of a word. One of the interesting consequences of Game Pass is that you have access to so many games all at once. That, like, you basically, there'll be a subset of people that literally complete nothing. You know, you're dipping your toe into so many different games for very short periods of times. Like, that, yeah. Whereas a PlayStation gamer or someone like me, like, you know, when I grew up as a kid, like, PS1, PS2, pocket money, could only afford, like, one game for, like, a couple of months at a time, and so you played each game for, like, 8 weeks non-stop. That mentality exists to me today, where if I'm playing through a game on a Twitch playthrough, as you've seen, I play the game, and I don't play anything else unless something really new and interesting comes along. Everybody's playing that French RPG right now, Clear Obscure, Expedition 33 on Game Pass, and even on PlayStation, where it's, you know, you have to buy it if you want it. It's cheaper than a full price game. What I can tell you is it's a game that's on my radar, but because of so many games I already own, plus a Nintendo Switch 2 coming, I honestly don't know when I would play Clear Obscure. Another thing is, because of the kind of game Clear Obscure is, like big RPG, RPGs are long. Right? So if
they fire rockets.
Yeah. No, as in role-playing games. Role-playing games are really long. To the point where, like, if I were to do a streamer playthrough and that's what I'd want to do, I would probably never be done with it. Or it would take an extremely long time. Even our playthrough alpha, which was one of my favorite ever, of like Path of Exile 1, it took us a month of regularly streaming. to do that 10-act story a month. You know? And again, I really hope you enjoyed that month. I mean, you said you did at the time, so I'll take that as yep. But like, yeah, it was a big ordeal. That, like, you know, a big time scene.
It bloody empty.
Yeah, this is horrible. Imagine doing this in the R34. It would be a nightmare.
Imagine driving in these conditions in GT.
Oh my god. Yeah, but the thing is, in GT you'd be smart about it, and like, this isn't intermediate tire. This is like full wet tires territory. And the thing is, once you've got the full wets on, you seriously can drive in any kind of like drenched, like you do have grip. But the thing is, Forza is massively understating the amount of wheel spray that comes off the back of cars. If you were drafting someone in GT7 in these conditions, you would not be able to see shit. Right?
No.
You wouldn't be able to see at all. Considering how heavy it's raining, we can see very clearly, and this is a credit to the graphical artists of Forza Horizon. Like, we can actually see where we're going, and yet it still looks stormy. That's actually pretty good visual design, but it isn't at all realistic.
Oh
right?
no. Chat, I think I'm fucked. I think I'm fucked.
What happened?
Bump. Big, bad bump. I should be able to catch up.
Oh, no.
Should.
Things are going bad for me now as well.
The best thing I can do is pray that traffic sucks like hell, and in turn slows everybody down.
Yeah. The thing is, the race is making us drive on overhead traffic. Oh no! 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 We're gonna have to redo this one, Sunshine. Although I'm saying no. We'll wait. We'll wait. Fuck, I was just about to pass a bunch of them.
I got slapped really hard by one of the cars.
Yes.
To the point I entered the street race.
Let's go somewhere else.
Jesus Christ. I got bullied.
Let's pick another one. We'll come back to that. But not right now. Yeah, I feel like A grade is where it's at in this game. I do. Top, like, 800 is what you want. Oh, New Horizon chapter. We are unlocking these really quickly,
It's
man.
time to expand. What are we doing next?
New chapter, let's go.
Honestly, I'm thinking expanding Wilds, dirt racing, and then last bit of the cross country. So, and then Rush absolutely last. Because we've got all of the main stage, all of Apex, all of Street Scene. So yeah, I'm gonna work my way just down the screen in order now. So, yeah.
me. The fans have been wanting this for ages. Adding it to your schedule. Turn around when it is safe to do so.
Okay. So, let's do this one instead. And let me take that off.
In 400 meters, turn sharp left. Turn sharp left.
But because I've been buying car parts and tunings and things, I mean, I am closer to the 5 million for the house, but we've slowed down quite a bit.
Yeah. This is what happens when you start investing, because then all of a sudden it's like, oh,
the cars
I
I've bought and tuned, they aren't themselves like crazy expensive. Like I haven't bought a supercar, for example. But, yeah. I mean, what? We're sitting at 3.4 million, so essentially I've just hovered around the 3 million mark. So it's not too bad. Gonna wait till I have 25 points before I get another perk, but I am gonna choose the extra life perk. I think it is a great one. And yeah, we're gonna use the classic Skyline because it's just more drivable. So I'm tempted to try out a Porsche and A-grade it, like 800 it, and see what that's like.
Okay.
But not yet. I can. But in GT, Porsches feel really nice. So I'm curious what it'd be like in this. Hello to everybody tuning in.
You know what? I'm just gonna stop firing off cars at this point. Just fuck it.
Yeah, do
everything.
Do what's fun for you, man. Oh, buddy.
Hoonigan.
Oh my God, some American muscle. So you're not going to be able to turn a corner for shit. This is going to be interesting.
You'll see.
I will see. But only if you're in front of me.
Guarantee first heavy corner you go around, you're immediately going off it.
Oh yeah? What's the
Buddy!
bet? What's the bet? I'm kidding. Save your money.
I can't make the excuse of like I'm underage, I can't bet. Like I'm 22. Yes, I fucking can bet.
Save your money. It's alright.
But I choose not to because gambling dangerous, yo.
Yeah.
Beetle, move it!
Yeah, this thing is really drivable. There is an interesting thing I discovered about this game. The PS5 version of Sea of Thieves, when you earn an achievement, you get both the PlayStation trophy and the Xbox achievement, right?
Yeah.
In this game, you're only getting the trophies.
Really?
And like, even though I've played hours, when you look at my Xbox profile,
Oh.
it's like 0. So they've got rid of the. Yeah. So you probably
I
have
think
to
I
play
know.
it on an Xbox.
No, I know why. Because this doesn't have cross save.
Oh.
You know the article I sent you that said
Right.
that.
So if
Club
I was to fire
would-
it up on an Xbox, it would be right at the beginning. Nothing
Yeah.
unlocked. Right. Yeah. No. I don't plan to play this on an Xbox. I'm glad it's got crossplay though.
A new mystery racer tearing up Horizon's street scene. Ha! It's you, obviously. Sometimes I miss being underground.
Okay. Well, that went well. So we are gonna.
Oh, well, very well.
Yeah, let's onwards and upwards, I say. Onwards and upwards. So, looking here.
Also, I know you don't exactly care all that much about it.
What?
Gooby Season 3 Reloaded dropped yesterday.
Hijacked?
No,
Turn around when it is safe to
What do
do
we
so.
got?
a weird version of Nuketown.
Oh no. Oh man, people were already complaining about the 420 skins. And instead of like listening to the complaints, because like parents are like, hey, my kids
They
play this.
straight up,
They've doubled
they
down.
straight up added a map. They changed Nuketown to what is basically marijuana hallucination. It is the biggest fucking headache I have had with any map.
Really? So, like, as in the visual look of it is now.
The colors change.
Wow.
It goes from looking normal to all of a sudden, hey, the screen's green. Now the screen's red. Now the screen's green again.
Oh no. What are they? See, I already kind of was at a point where I didn't really want to go back. I'm so looking forward to Battlefield 6. And Sky was talking about Battlefield 6 yesterday in our chat. And like saying, like, Andy, have you seen the new gameplay? I have not. But she was talking about it. And then
There's been rumors
400 meters.
going
You will
around
arrive at your
of
destination.
Sorry,
recently because
like, they were talking about it.
of-
Sorry. Yeah.
because of users leaking Battlefield 6 despite NDA.
Yeah.
There are rumors now going around that they are just no longer going to be inviting users.
Fucking hell. And this is why
It
we.
is speculation. It is rumors. I do not take it with a grain of salt. I'm just relaying that rumor to you, and I'm going to tell you.
I was so
say-
looking forward to trying it, and I wouldn't have if they told me don't stream it. I wouldn't have streamed it. I wouldn't have told you guys I was in. You know the moment I would have told you guys that I was in. The day that Battlefield 6 released, because I think by that point, you know, when the test is already over and it doesn't make a difference whether people know or not, then I can be like, I was there, you know?
Yeah.
And I gave this feedback that we can now see implemented, you know?
Yeah.
Because that highlights a positive message to the rest of the gaming community. Like, hey, when you're privately invited to give feedback and give it, there's actually a high chance it makes it in the final product. And so I'd be able to prove that. But, yeah, and that would be why I'd want to talk about it. But only when I'm allowed to, you know? Like,
Yeah.
if that rumor is true, I'm really sad, and this is why we can't have nice things. This is why the Xbox Series X price is going up, and you know, why, like, was it last month? I think it was. Why, like, the digital model of PS5 went up in Europe, and things like this, you know.
Yeah.
Fucking
Where'd you
hell, I
go?
just realized what I've just done.
Where did you go?
The floodlights, man, and the fog. And the fact that they
Look like
literally put that
that.
smokestack on a corner. I can't even use the excuse of, oh, my controller disconnected.
Oh, fuck.
No, I
Oops.
just...
I just hit. Oops. Oh well. It's fine. I can recover it.
Do you know what driving this car makes me, reminds me of?
What?
My streams of EA Sports WRC, which very sadly EA have confirmed that I think there might be one more like little bit of DLC like in the works that isn't quite released yet, but like essentially that will be its last content update.
Are they really putting out all the stop signs to put everybody hands on deck for Battlefield 6?
It seems like it, man.
Jesus.
Although I think it's
EA,
more. I think
stop doing it.
I think that.
Please.
I think obviously Codemasters ain't gonna work on Battlefield 6, right? What's happened is
No.
like there have been job losses at EA, and they're basically cutting everywhere but their their biggest golden
300.
goose. Like so.
Wait, to say Titanfall,
Yeah.
Star Wars Jedi,
And now WRC and Need for
And
Speed are on pause.
so
like,
many
yeah.
more Golden Geese. It's like,
Yeah.
what are you doing?
Yeah.
Like, don't get me wrong,
That
I love
WRC
EA's
game-
games.
That,
I love EA's games. I'm
Yeah.
not sure what they're doing is a good idea, though.
and we're both saying that as fans of Battlefield.
Yeah.
Honestly, Battlefield 6 is probably the shooter I'm now most excited for that doesn't already exist. But
Like, I do not want them to do a Activision where they put
everything in Call of
everybody
Duty.
under Call
yeah,
of Duty
yeah,
and cause the game to just be slop.
yeah. I think in a
No
way
offense
EA,
to the devs
EA have
that
an easier
actually are
job
passionate
because
about Call of Duty, but you know,
here's the reason why I'm a little optimistic about Battlefield. One, in comparison to COD sales numbers and player engagement, it is the underdog, meaning that EA have more reason to listen to their fans than Activision do. It's just true. COD fan bases, like, and again, I don't mean, no offense, but like, I'm sorry, but like, regardless of what they do to the game, if you're a COD player, you will buy the new game. You've proven it year after year. Members of my family have also, even I am guilty of this, but my main reason for buying Call of Duty most years is because everyone else does. If everyone else didn't, then I would stop, you know? Because I'm only playing it because the family won't play anything else. the majority, I should say. But like, yeah, when it comes to
I'm-
Battlefield, though, Battlefield are the underdog, right?
I'm really hoping, even though it's like, I guess you could say false hope because it probably never happened. I'm really hoping Battlefield 6 brings the family over to Battlefield and takes them away from Gooby.
No, it won't happen.
Like,
Do you want to know why it
genuinely.
won't happen?
Because Gooby's Gooby.
Yeah. Like, they don't know how to play anything else. And even though, like, the controls, you know, aim and shoot are the same, the games are different enough to where they'll be like, I don't like Battlefield. You
I
know?
mean, at least Dave.
Whereas, and I
to
want to
a
make it
certain
clear, chat,
degree.
I love Battlefield, but I reckon a lot of the people that play Gooby, they won't like Battlefield.
I will say this. At least Dave, to some small degree, will play other games than just Gooby.
Yeah. Sure. But again,
Like
with
World
the
of
with
Warships,
with,
for example.
yeah, like, with the direction of travel that the industry is going in, though, I think you're going to see more and more people just either stick to the console they've already got, and buy less games, so they'll stick to the one game that is like endlessly fun. And honestly, I could see it happening to me too. Like, and like I showed on my earlier on the stream, I showed how large my PlayStation 5 digital library was. You know, with a mix of PS5 and PS4 games. If the industry keeps traveling in this direction, where everything is just going up and up and up, I could just to say fluff it rather than buy new releases. I'll just play what I have. I could happily game for the rest of my life still, only buying the online membership, you know, so that I could still play multiplayer. That'd be the only thing I buy. And I would still be able to game for the rest of my life with the games that I already have. I don't need to buy more games. It's a luxury kind of thing when I do, you know? But I think that with the direction of travel of the industry, thanks to, like, you know, this mindset of, like, the shareholder mindset of, like, oh no, there must be continuous growth year after year, but every year we exist.
The line must go up.
Yeah. And the thing is, that can only happen realistically for so long. Like, they are going to have to accept you're gonna plateau. And depending on your decisions, you might not even plateau. Plateau will be the thing you hope to do. If you're not careful, you're gonna cause a massive skyrocket downwards. And then you'll be wishing that you'd like, you know what, we should have been okay with plateauing. You know? And maintaining this level and operating within this amount of revenue per annum kind of thing, to use business terms. You know? But, like, yeah, going back to Battlefield though, they're the underdog, right? Because they have, like, less sales and less players compared to Gooby, like, relatively speaking. EA has more of a reason to, like, listen to the fan base and all the criticism that they've had of recent Battlefield games, even though I still enjoyed them for what they were. And, like, quite clearly, the Battlefield player base has made it clear they want a proper sequel to Battlefield 4 using the latest technology and, like, bring back destruction and all this, that, and the other. And it looks like they're delivering that. And you know what's going to happen as a result? I think Battlefield 6 is going to do very well. Certainly a lot better than recent entries in the series. Again, even though I liked them. Yeah.
Battlefield 1 and 5 did really well, even though
they did.
Battlefield 5 did admittedly get a lot of shit.
Yeah. So did 2042.
They both did well. Maybe not so much 2042 because of reasons, but Battlefield 5 still did exceptionally well.
2042 is in a great place now, though, and this is kind of the life cycle that a Battlefield game has. It launches buggy, but credit to DICE, they do always iron it out. But the thing is, right, the fact that we are basically going to back to Battlefield 4 kind of game, like, people have been wanting that. Like, when people saw, I remember that when people first saw, you know, World War II amputee, almost like steampunky design of Battlefield 5 female soldiers, the internet didn't like it. I didn't mind it, I thought it was interesting, but the wider internet, like, the reaction was not good. And this is before it was even playable for us. So I knew right from the reveal that, yeah, this is going to be a divisive Battlefield. You know what I mean?
I mean, I know a lot of now former friends who were part of the group that went batshit pissed off nuts over that, and I literally just sat there and was like, this actually looks really cool.
Yeah.
I didn't even see the problem.
Again,
But a lot of
that's
people
because you're not old enough, man. Like or have followed the series close enough, you know, through its age. Like back when it was a PC only game with only multiplayer. I'm talking like Battlefield 2 era and prior, or you know,
I started with Bad Company 1 and 2.
Yeah, when it moved to console, that makes sense.
In between Bad Company 2, I did play 1942,
Yeah.
which was an Xbox arcade game.
Yeah. Yeah, so it eventually got ported to console, so you eventually got to see, like, you know, retro Battlefield, but even then, it was ported and redesigned to make it playable on console. When this was a PC-only franchise, even the same 1942 played very differently. Obviously because of keyboard and mouse and all this. So, yeah.
I played Battlefield Play for Free, which was hilarious. Then there was Battlefield 3.
21,
then 4.
Yeah, 2142 I really loved. And initially when 2042 was announced, I was like, oh my god, are we going to get Titan mode back? Because that's kind of what I wanted. And I'm not on about Titanfall Titan, I'm on about battleship in the sky that you have to bring the shields down of. And once the shields are down, there was like a little catapult vehicle, like an APC, that launched you into the air. And you had to blow up the Titan from the inside and then evacuate. So it was a mix between Conquest and Rush, because instead of flags, the team were capturing missile silos that would automatically fire rockets at the enemy Titan to bring the shields down. Then once the shields were down, like I said, all the soldiers were launching themselves in the sky to then land on the enemy Titan and destroy it from the inside by blowing up certain objectives, which of course plays like Rush. So Titan mode was a beautiful fusion of some of the best two modes in Battlefield, and they did actually bring this back in the, sorry to cut you, the DLC for Battlefield 4 with naval combat. I can't remember the name of the expansion, but rather than,
I think it was literally just naval something.
Right. But yeah, it brought a mode that, even though it wasn't called Titan mode, it literally was that, though, because you had missile silos that instead of firing in the sky, they were firing at the enemy aircraft carrier. And then once the door blew off...
It was literally called Naval Strike.
Naval Strike, yeah. I would love to go back to Battlefield 4 and play some Naval Strike games, because, you know, you fired off missiles, like, by capturing the areas of the map to attack the aircraft carrier until, like, the main bulkhead like was blown open. Then everybody was rushing in, literally, to blow it up from the inside, Rush style. and it's a really fun game mode. But of course, because you set the detonator, then everybody had to get the hell out of the aircraft carrier, because when that bomb goes off, if you're still in the aircraft carrier when it goes, team wipe, like just dead. You had to try and escape, and for extra points. And like
what you're kind of unironically also describing here.
Yeah.
Galactic Conquest in the Star Wars Battlefront games.
And that's another mode I love, right? And obviously it's nearly May the 4th, but because of YouTube, I might not be able to do a Battlefield 2 stream because of all the music. And let's face it, a Star Wars game without the soundtrack, just dead, right? It doesn't seem right. So unlike prior years, because actually, when I said I moved all my Twitch VODs to YouTube, because I did actually play Battlefront 2 on May the 4th in a prior year. That is an example of a stream where those VODs are just gone. I couldn't move them over. So not everything got moved over, but most stuff over the years has. But it also means, because of Star Wars being Star Wars, and Disney being Disney, I won't be streaming Battlefront 2. Now,
I mean, you could. It would just be something that never goes to YouTube because of Disney being a stickler about IP.
Yeah.
Facts.
I mean, unless they've done an update with a streamer mode.
No.
Exactly. So, but if there ever was a Battlefront 3, I feel like they would have to add a setting like that. They would have to. Because I think Ubisoft does it with Star Wars Outlaws, right?
I think.
Yeah.
Won't be able to give you a straight answer.
I've
there.
not played the game, so I don't know, but... AI, what do you do? Oh, the traffic. Right, got ya. Okay.
Traffic is nuts.
Yeah, so the AI doesn't know what to do with it. That's actually kind of hilarious. That is kind of hilarious.
I myself am having a couple problems.
Yeah, I can see them. I'm basically behind the second and third car that's putting pressure on you. So I can see the battle playing out. I'm catching up to third now.
You can see the battle playing out. I like that. I miss the Blur games.
Yes. Did you ever see the in-depth, the developer footage of the unreleased Blur 2? It looked incredible.
I did not.
Oh, dude, it's out there. And when I saw it, I was even sadder that it got canned. It looked incredible. Quite a big graphical leap. But of course, why we love Blur is the gameplay. And
I mean, it's literally just Mario Kart, but with actual cars.
Yeah.
With obviously
licensed vehicles, yeah.
creative freedoms, because I mean, you're slapping the shit out of cars with magic, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, the AI was totally glitching out. I saw, unless these are actual other players racing, but I don't think they're not, are they? They are AI.
No.
So yeah, second place was lag switching. That's what it looked like.
There's another one.
Hello?
Toyota Silic.
Oh, I thought you meant someone joined.
How do you pronounce that?
Oh, hang on, let's have a look.
Toyota
Oh, okay. I've got the Civic
uh,
now. It's a Silica, by the way.
Okay.
Silica. I'm pretty sure you mean a Silica, which is a Toyota model. So yeah, I'm assuming it's that one.
Yeah.
I'm near yet another street race, so we'll just head on
You're
to
into the
it.
second midnight battle, and it is a good thing that these aren't secret anymore, because I am telling, like, everybody in Mexico.
Yeah,
Turn
so
around when it is safe to
you've
do
just
so.
unlocked the third midnight battle. I've just unlocked the previous one you were on
200
about,
meters. Turn left.
which means I get the Silica next.
In 400 meters, you will arrive at your destination.
Why is there a guy playing basketball in the back of this car?
What? The what now? No.
Oh, I get it.
Wait, what? You get it? What's to get? Explain.
It's marketing.
Oh. Yeah, Microsoft like.
Because the car says Jordan on it.
Oh, right, got you. Yeah.
What sports brand is inspired with the Jordan tag?
Well, yeah, NBA, so yeah, what sport? Basketball. Yeah, got you. Got
Air
you.
Jordan
Yeah.
is hmm.
That disgruntled moan was brought to you by twitch.tv/Fortessa. I'm gonna sponsor your disappointment, man.
And now back to our scheduled programming.
Yep.
Oh, I just switched out of it. And
You're driving a
some
You're driving a monster.
other AI.
Oh, you stupid AI! Did you see that? You stupid AI! Basically forced me to crash. You stupid AI! Fucking, they're ramming me into oncoming traffic, man. Ramming me into the path of oncoming traffic. So
No
that's
traffic for hundreds of miles and you still crash.
So that's how it is, huh? That's how it is.
Pretty much because the AI stinks.
Yeah, it's very
You'll figure
clearly
that, right?
us. It's very clearly red versus blue, isn't it? It's very clearly red versus blue, and the red don't care about winning. Red just care about stopping blue. Alright. Well, if that's how it is, see you, 5th place.
And the best thing is, we are kind of, to some degree, traveling down the Gulch Avenue.
Yes. You know what? I'm just gonna say it. If Halo makes the crazy space jump to PlayStation, my God, I will celebrate with a multiplayer stream so crazy. And I want you and Switchboy and anyone that gives a damn about Halo to show up. Like,
I mean, you know damn well I will be there.
that
I have
actually
a-
would be so nuts, man.
Though I won't lie, I do have a very strong inkling suspicion that one Halo game just will not be making it over to PlayStation. And I don't think it ever will.
What's that?
Halo 5 Guardians.
Okay, why do you say specifically that?
Because it is also the one and only Halo game that hasn't made its way to PC.
Oh. Wait, why is
Despite-
that? Because, like,
Despite the fact people have adamantly begged
hang
Microsoft
on a minute.
to do that, it is the only Halo
So
game
the Master
to
Chief
not be
Collection
on.
is actually still technically incomplete. Because you play as Master Chief in Halo 5 Guardians in parts, right?
Yes. But because
But maybe,
it is its
the
own
problem is
standalone
yeah, maybe the
game.
problem is, I reckon the problem is because it's not only Master Chief.
But then that raises the question: why the hell is Halo Reach and Halo 3 ODST part of the Master Chief Collection?
Great question. We also can't
'Cause then
forget
all of a
about our
sudden,
friend the Arbiter as well.
Exactly.
You know? So, yeah. But, but maybe it's because, like, correct me if I'm wrong, Alpha. Did Halo fans hate Halo 5? I think there's your answer. Right? I think
I don't
there's your
think
answer.
it's just that though.
No, but I think it's a factor. Right?
Absolutely.
If they released it on more platforms, they're just going to
would
get more
have
hate.
to like, one of the things is, Halo 5 has loot boxes.
That would also cause a lot of hate, yeah. So rather than
And
doing
I
the
think-
development effort to improve Halo 5 Guardians for a broader audience, they're like, okay, we should just not release it.
Yeah.
And
That's
that's why they
where-
didn't call Halo Infinite Halo 6, because now, like, you can play Halo Infinite and it doesn't make it obvious that, oh, for full context, you should play 5 before this one. So they're just treating Infinite as a new start rather than a continuation. Even though it is actually both a new start and a continuation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, to every right and certain degree, you do still technically need to play Halo 5 to understand what the hell is going on.
Yeah, but the way that they've, I'm going to make a comparison here. The way that they've approached Halo Infinite is just like how Naughty Dog approach Uncharted games. They're continuations, but the adventures themselves are so standalone in terms of Drake's reasons for going on the adventure in the first place, what artifact he's going after, the faction he's up against. Like, they are all explained in that one self-contained Uncharted game, to the point where if you wanted to play, like, make up your own order to play the franchise, you could, and it would still make sense. The only thing that would be lost on you is a couple of jokes that reference past games. But it would still be funny, even without you not having complete context. You know what I mean? Like, so...
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't need to play the previous games. but those who do will find extra value, right? And personally, I like when games are written that way, like sequels are written that way, where like, you know, makes sense to someone like new, especially for long-running franchises like, let's say, the Yakuza games, right? I've been saying for a long time that I eventually want to play all the Yakuzas, but that series has got so many games now, and not only that, but so many games that are very different from each other. Like, you know, it started off similar to Judgment, and then it pivoted to like turn-based RPG, and now the crazy pirate game has taken it into another direction. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it is, yeah.
Thinking on it, I'm starting to see a parallel here. Kind of.
Okay.
It's just like Halo 2. You, by rights, you do not need to play Combat Evolved to understand what's going on in Halo 2. You can play Combat Evolved because it gives you extra context for what the hell is going on with High Charity at the beginning of the game.
Talking about what the hell, I've missed the same checkpoint twice in a row. So even when it drove me back, the placement of the smokestack was so bad. And this is with me deliberately steering to try and hit it. Oh,
Yeah.
man. But I'm still having a good time. And that's the
still
thing.
win.
And that's the thing that I think is special about Forza Horizon. It's just fun to play. So regardless of where you are, even though winning feels nice and all, it still feels fun to drive, fun to play. So God damn it, that traffic made me miss another. I'm having fun. Having fun.
He says while gritting his teeth to the point you could probably break them.
I didn't finish. I'm sorry. No, I'm fine. How the frick did we win?
Because I still
Amigo! I hear Horizon Street
Came
Scene Piloto's
first.
talking about you, saying you might be the next big thing on the scene. With the wins you're getting, I think they have a point.
Again, I appreciate the help in helping me win so much. But yeah. Okay. Right. Next up. And after this next one, I'll be able to do yet another event expansion thing. So that'd be cool. We are gonna go over here. Heyo.
it's actually going meow.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
See, this thing's got a much lower top speed, I think, of like 160. But the thing is, the control of it and the acceleration, it accelerates like a demon. So like, yeah, it's slower than the R34. but because of how windy and how many turns the roads are, you're never actually really getting to 200 plus very often, because you're having to brake to slow down for a corner. So I almost feel like there's a sweet spot between acceleration and top speed in this whole game, to where like you just want it to get up to speed quickly, but not necessarily go so fast because you have so many corners to do. Like, and so the best way to be faster is to get up to speed but still controllable. Do you know what I mean, nephew? Like, yeah, like you want to be hitting like 120 really fast and then be able to slow down and then speed back up to about 120-ish. Like, as fast as possible, you want to get to the 120 thing so that you can basically be really fast at any of the races. You know? Because I keep looking at my speedometer, and by the time I reach like 130, 120, 140 or something like that, I've got another corner to slow down for. Yeah? So you could argue that you don't need to go much faster in many cases than that. Now, obviously there will be exceptions. But for the most part, the faster I can reach 140 and then back down again, the more well-rounded the car's going to be for the whole game. And I think this ties back into the whole A-grade thing. Like, getting a car to performance point 800 is probably going to be able to do exactly that pretty consistently. Which leads me to think that actually I think A-grade is possibly best grade for all these windy roads and things. I don't know whether you got a different opinion that you want to propose, Alpha, but I do want you to have your say as well. What would you say?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm just playing, you know, obviously I've played, 6 streams of this game now, multiple hours each time, and I'm actually noticing a kind of trend where, like, obviously I've mostly driven 800 car for the whole playthrough, but it does seem to be, because obviously when we did that one S1 race, it just seemed really hard because the car was just too fast and the handling was too crazy. I'm actually thinking that lower top speed but high acceleration might actually be the goddammit traffic winning formula for this game.
Fuck. Right off the bridge.
I seriously think that, yeah. Lower top speed but high acceleration is the ticket to Forza Horizon success. At least based off what I've played so far. Right? Because it doesn't matter how fast your car is, if it's too hard to drive, it might as well be slow as fuck. Yeah? If you can't keep it on the track and in control around the corners, it might as well have 100 horsepower. You know? Like, it has to be actually drivable. this old Skyline is incredible. Actually better than an R34 Skyline. At least until you've tweaked some settings. Now maybe if I kept it on the Skyline on stock engine, maybe that would have been better. But I don't think I would have hit 800 in that case. Maybe I'll play around with the car more, potentially off stream, and mess around with different setup combinations and see if I can make it more drivable. But just going off of the same philosophy that I used for the actual old Skyline. Oh my god, I've just stolen victory. That's beautiful. But yeah, this old Skyline, it's really drivable. It's a Skyline. So it's ticking all the boxes of what I want in a car. Actually did rather well in that one. Happy about it. And you had a good recovery yourself, so.
Yeah.
And we have yet another Horizon like adventure chapter expansion, so yay.
Hey.
This is the thing, in co-op especially, dude, I feel like I'm flying through this campaign, man.
I'm not sitting in Horizon Arcade. No. I do not want to play Horizon Arcade.
Oh, is it not good?
No, it's fun. It's just, as of right now, I don't want to play Horizon Arcade.
Okay.
Hey, Andrew. Sorry to interrupt your Hall of Fame chase, but we need to pick an adventure.
Right, I'm gonna finish off the Wilds thing, and then, like I said, Baja after that. So, last Wilds unlock happening right now. So, Dirt Gauntlet.
Thought you'd never ask. Alex has been talking gauntlet ideas for weeks. I'll call him.
I got sheep bleat. Horn.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but that's about all I can think
Okay.
of for Horizon Wilds. You did it.
Alright. Next up, there is another street race nearby, so... How am I doing on money? Oh yeah, nearly 4 million, man.
Gauntlet scouted
Nice.
and waiting. It's going to be a good one. Even I barely know where we're going.
Horizon Arcade will begin soon. Why not say hello to the other drivers whilst you wait? In 200 meters, turn right. Turn right.
Thank you for joining me on this so consistently, man. It's definitely a good time.
You are very much welcome.
In 400 meters, turn left. Turn left.
Awesome! Wait. Now go do another one, and I'll have my camera phone ready this time.
Okay, I've made it to the event. Oh, another storm, man.
Okay, Andrew. I have disabled head-to-head for you. Okay, Andrew. Head-to-head enabled. Good luck.
Wow, you can turn off PvP. Like you can disable head to head. That's funny.
Yep.
Kind of reminded me of the PvP zones of Diablo Forge for a second, which I did actually log into yesterday just to basically sort out the stuff from the previous season. I don't know if I'm gonna play the new season, even though like it seems cool. Belial is back from Diablo 3, apparently, but
oh, that's demons for you.
yeah. I've played every class in that game now, at least tried it. Obviously not to max level on absolutely everybody because PoE 2 happened, and obviously PoE 2 is still like actually a big patch for PoE 2 early access released today. One that has changes I'm actually quite keen to play and try out. It actually improves loot drops for bosses, and also,
nice.
you know how they kind of wrecked minion builds at the start of Dawn of the Hunt?
Yeah.
They've kind of refixed a lot of that, so I'm curious to try again, because it wasn't actually me playing bad, because of course I was doing all the same skills and things I did before. It's they literally made my build worse via like balance changes. So I just got to a point a little bit like Tekken 8 Season 2 launch where I was like, you know what? Let the devs cook. Let the devs take the backlash. Like go through the feedback. Develop response patches. Deploy them. Like I'm just gonna wait the dust to settle. And then try again later. Because what the launch of Dawn of the Hunt taught me was that, again, this game's in early access, so you don't want to over-invest time and energy when everything's just going to change again as we head closer and closer to launch anyway. But absolutely when the game launches, and, you know, obviously GGG being the kind of studio they are not going to call something 1.0 until every aspect of the game feels launch ready and is in a good enough place where a large enough portion of the player base are happy with where the game is. Yeah? Which actually makes me excited, because by the time that free-to-play action RPG does get 1.0, it should be damn good, you know what I mean? All the classes available to choose, all the mechanics have gone through like thousands of hours of playtime, like in some cases per player. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. The end game has been battle tested, like, yeah, it's... There is a car that says it's in 12th, directly behind a car that's in 5th. And this car in 12th is in front of me and is getting more points than me.
Yeah.
And indeed, yeah, did finish ahead of me. Wait. No, so there was actually So basically, the bit that was bugged was the actual label not updating. So they were in 4th. It just said 12th. But it was 4th and it got 4th's points. Okay. But like...
One though, so it don't matter.
Oh, look! It's the Toyota Celica. Yeah. There you go, Alpha. It is that. I got the same thing now.
Final midnight battle.
Yeah. Now I'm at like 3.8 million, which is exciting because maybe, just maybe, I'll get the wheel spin house. I mean, we got a bit of work to do, but the rate I'm going, we could either get there or get close. So that's exciting. We have another street race right here. You want to go do it?
Yeah.
Midnight battle number 3. How you feeling? Nervous? Well, don't say anything, because I've been telling people that you don't get nervous, right?
Hey, Andrew. Festival setup is looking pretty good, right? I don't know, I think we have a few more adventures in us. And you want to put a bow on your Hall of Fame run, right?
So this Hall of Fame run they're on about, that's the event that's going to roll credits, isn't it? Quite clearly.
At the roundabout, take the 3rd exit.
I've discovered 352 roads. And counting. Okay. But yeah, Switchboy like tuned in earlier, and thanks if you're still lurking, by the way. Or just thanks for tuning in general. Took one look at my screen and like, how do you have over 3 million credits already? I'm like, just playing the game, man, and not buying too many cars. Like, you don't need to buy cars. Yeah. You win loads from wheel spins, like absolutely loads. And then there's the barn finds as well. Which ironically, I've still only done one of those so far. But they are really fun, and I will, I'll eventually get round to it. I'm just not in any rush. My priority number one, nice to see the Bumblebee again. My priority number one was like, okay, just win races and keep expanding the festival until you got all the expansions. That's kind of how Horizon games work. You keep
Its
expanding.
battery has finally died.
What's that?
My pocket watch.
Wow.
Its battery has finally died.
And remind me exactly when you got that. It was like, was it your 21st birthday, right?
Yeah.
So you're 22. But like, how close are you to being 23? I'm pretty sure watch batteries are meant to go on longer than that.
It has stopped. It has straight up just stopped.
Wow.
It's not ticking.
Maybe a battery had been in it for a while already before it was born. So the next time you put a battery in, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, remind me, how close are you to being 23? I'm a bad uncle.
Well, it's May right now. May 2nd specifically. we're going. You did the same thing I did.
You didn't have to copy me, man. I wouldn't have recommended it.
No, that was me missing it a second time.
Wow. Okay. No, I only missed it once. But I can see how it happens because again, they put some of these corners are ridiculous, and actually, I think the racing line doesn't actually go red soon enough for some of these turns.
Yeah. Yep. Obviously, my birthday's October 6th, so...
So it did a good year and a half, for
July,
sure. Yeah.
August, September...
I reckon a new battery of the same type would last a lot longer.
The Pocket Watch came with a spare battery.
Okay, so you just but that'll still be an old, potentially old. You know, and basically sat
I
there.
I don't mind.
Yeah. So, but what I mean is, you'll probably get like another year and a half, and then buying a new battery that was like manufactured recently, and then that will be the one that will be like, wow, you know what I mean? Like, because there are watches that really, like, there are watches that last decades, like at least one decade. Kind of, you're like, it doesn't always happen. But
Apple Watches, for example. Which I am looking into getting. Why?
I will say this though, my mum, your nan, was so happy when I told her, like, you do realize he always has that pocket watch with him. Always.
I still bring it with me everywhere.
Yep. I reckon, you know what? Like, next time you come over, because obviously that will be happening in soon months, because Switch 2. I bet it will make her smile if you be like, you just go in there and be like, look, still got it. Like, yeah. Because, when I told her that you always have it with you, she was really happy. She was like, really? Like, yeah, he absolutely loves it. You know, when he said he's always wanted one, he wasn't joking. Like, he loves that thing.
I've wanted one since because of Assassin's Creed Unity.
Right. See, I have Assassin's Creed Unity, and I never really played through it. That Assassin's Creed is co-op. I don't know whether you have it on PS4, but like, yeah, it'd be fun to do that
because
someday. Again, with the way the industry is going. All right.
I do have it.
Right. Because here's the thing.
Of Ubisoft Classics with the PlayStation Plus Premium.
Yeah. Because again, with the way the industry's going, like, fluff it. Let's just go backwards, man. And play the greats that we haven't got round to of prior things. And it literally would be playing it on more powerful hardware that if there was any, like, you know, frame rate drops and performance hitches when the game was new, we're less likely to see that because PS5 and PS5 Pro. So, yeah. I
love deliberately breaking that game, though. I'm not even going to lie.
I mean, fair enough.
Because even after all the patches and everything, it's still very easy to break, and it's probably my favorite thing next to...
As long as any breaking doesn't brick my progression, fair enough. But, yeah, that's...
I will not brick your progression, but I will absolutely brick mine.
Well, I mean, to a certain degree, Alfie, you can't make me that promise. Because you have to bear in mind that, like, if we play that game in co-op, we might find bugs that we didn't know about because we haven't played it in co-op together. So it's a risk either way. I appreciate you trying to make the promise, but it's a promise that is actually possibly unkeepable due to the code base. So it's not even your fault. But like, yeah, what I would say to you is
I mean it in the sense that I wouldn't deliberately do it.
Yeah.
I wouldn't deliberately go out of my way to brick the save.
But that's what I mean. We should proceed with caution, as and when we decide to play. Which again, no plans to announce right now. But yeah. Sorry, I just got another fast travel board. So. That is 50 out of 250 boards smashed. And then I fell off the bridge again. Yay, okay. Just turn a frickin' round. Come on. There we go. We got it.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Do you know what, Alpha? I want to try something. I don't know how well this is going to work.
Okay.
But I'm just curious. And this event is closer. I'm going to go with the same retro car. And just see what happens if I take it dirt racing.
Okay.
The retro car that could is what I'm wondering. Like,
oh, I have to borrow your car.
oh, borrow is an option. Sweet. Well, enjoy. What you'll notice is it actually handles very well and gets up to speed very quickly. Does it borrow my spec as well or not?
I believe so, yes.
Ooh, so everything but the livery, basically. This is gonna be good. Yeah. 800 tune, nice.
Nissan GTR.
Yeah.
Vroom vroom.
I would like to know your thoughts post-race, alright? Again, I didn't mess with any settings, I didn't do gear tuning. This was literally fit parts, save the spec, drive it. You know? Early impressions after the first few corners, what you got for me?
Not too shabby. Slips a little bit. And slow cornering on sharp corners is pretty stiff, but otherwise, no, pretty solid. And yeah, I'm nitpicking a little bit with the being a little stiff on sharp corners.
But that's
every car is going
right?
to be.
Yeah, that's adjustable. Yeah.
It feels good. It feels good.
Do you see what I mean by it gets up to speed quickly? Like
Yes.
the acceleration is actually really good.
That is because you have, again, a lot of gears.
Well, no, I actually didn't go for as many. I didn't go for the 10 gear thing. In the end.
I know you didn't go for 10, but because of how it's built, you're able to go about it quite well. In terms of speed.
A really nice looking convertible Cadillac is I think it's a Cadillac. Oh, actually no, is it a Mercedes?
I have no idea.
It looks very 1960s, whatever it is.
The reason why I don't have any idea is, well, that.
So yeah, post race, any other thoughts on the Skyline, the no tweaked but tuned Skyline?
No, it's fine. It doesn't need any extra adjustments.
What was funny is
It's
how much
solid
faster
as
you
itself.
were with it compared to me. So like, you're just the better driver of this game. Like, it's actually kind of funny. I mean, to be fair, I was second place was slowing me down. I was trying to get a good place to overtake it.
If you spend any more time on the festival stage, they'll be asking you to DJ.
That's funny. If you spend any more time on the festival stage, they'll be asking you to DJ.
I mean, with your career path, hey, you absolutely could.
Yeah, true. Right. Let's do this one. Still not at 4 million yet. It's not. I don't think 5 million's gonna happen in this stream, but it'll happen.
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
You know, soonish.
In 400 meters, turn right.
Did I type it wrong?
That was a dirt race, wasn't it? It actually did that very well.
Turn right.
It didn't register the fact that I typed
Turn sharp left.
the thing.
Sorry, you alright? What's up?
There we go. That's what I was trying to do.
Turn sharp
Oh,
left.
thank you. Yeah. No, if you want to go or stop, like, that's totally fine.
Oh, no, I'm fine. I just wanted to make sure that was there.
Yeah. I
Turn
mean,
around when it is safe to do
I
so.
won't lie, I'm tempted to call it after one more expansion that we're heading towards. But it also depends on how close how much is needed for next expansion afterwards, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Because we have had a couple of situations where, like, we've had two very quick back-to-back expansions, so I'll get the next expansion, which is 2,500 more accolade points away, and then we'll make our judgment based on that. This is the only scheduled planned stream of the day, but yes, yet again, it's been another fun one. And indeed, we might not do any more Forza Horizon 5 until next week, because obviously I want to potentially do Sunday Tekken. Thanks for joining me on the recent session, by the way. And I've had a chat with Mum this morning, and again, we're not going to have it be a scheduled thing, because it won't be every single week. But when we're both free and able, we will bring back golf with Mum on a Saturday.
Hey,
But I'm never gonna, unlike in the past, I'm not gonna schedule it in so that Mum can basically, on a week-by-week basis, decide if she wants to golf on a Saturday. Like, the best way to explain it is like we'll probably always do it on a Saturday if we're doing it, but we'll decide if we're doing it basically on the Friday night, Saturday morning, that kind of thing. You know what I mean?
yeah.
And the reason for that is as to why we always want it to be a maybe, is that basically, you know, we both just have other things that we also want to do as well sometimes. So don't get me wrong, we've always enjoyed the whole golf streams together, but I also know Mum has other things that she wants to do, and indeed, even in her free time, other things she wants to play. She really loves the puzzler roguelike Blueprints, and obviously I haven't even started that yet, but that's yet another thing on my stream backlog. Blueprints. So, and then for PlayStation Plus in May, I'm getting Balatro, so I'm actually glad I didn't buy it when all the world was buying it, because now I get it for free. But I heard nothing but great things about Balatro, so I'm excited to try that.
I still am not over the fact that our region's rating board labeled it as an 18 because of gambling.
Oh my god. Yeah, but it's
Even
not
though-
actually poker, right? I mean, there are
No,
even literally poker games
I mean,
on
it is
PlayStation that I'm pretty
poker,
sure
but
aren't 18s.
I mean, it is poker, but it's poker with roguelike elements.
Yeah, I'm really excited to try it because of that. Because I'm gonna be honest, I like playing Texas Hold'em. Okay, I don't do it with real money, but I like poker video games and things. And I like poker as an actual card game too. Reason is, like, from a practical level as a disabled person, it's a card game where I only have to hold 2 cards, okay? My hands can handle that. That was like one of the things that drew me to poker, and I'm not even joking. Like, that legit was a reason. You might think it's silly, but no, I thought it was really cool. And like, a game of poker can be really fun, so... yeah, Texas Hold'em poker, I'm into it. Nice. We did well there. I find it interesting that you had to borrow my car on the last event.
Yeah. Oh well.
Another wheel spin. Big money. Come on, big money. I need that 5 million. And nope, I get an email. Wait a minute. You said I can spend Forza Fun points on wheel spins.
Yes.
I can't believe I'm thinking of doing this. But, and again, it looks bad because of how it looks like gambling, but not. But yeah, but like, yeah, but not. But yeah. So I have to go to a. Correct me if I'm wrong. I have to go to a festival site.
Yes.
And then Forza Fun Shop.
Yes.
Super wheel spins 150.
Yeah. You can only buy them once.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh. Right, and then you have to wait for the shop to refresh.
Yeah.
Eh.
The stupid thing is, it takes an entire week
To refresh.
Yeah.
Okay, come on, big money. Big money. Big money. 100,000? 105,000 in a BMW M5.
Which leaves you at...
Wait, this wheel spin isn't even giving me a sound effect. I got a horn. Phone ringing horn. So now we're nearly at 4 million. Okay. Hang on a minute. You know, if you sell a car,
Yeah.
does it get removed from the collection sticker book thing?
No. Not to my understanding, no.
And you can only sell cars on the auction house, right?
I think you can sell cars outside of the auction house, but it's less than what you're able to put them up for.
Oh man. 15 million credit. Wow. I mean, if I was to sell... Oh, Andy, this is dumb. Just wait till next week and buy the house. Yeah, like... But then again, even selling one of these... Oh, I'm not selling the XJ13. No. So, hold on. McLaren F1. How much to buy it, like, later? Hang on. Because I'm not... It's not like I'm gonna drive it. Like... I know that sounds terrible. Yeah, it's 15 mil... Yeah. I almost am tempted. Like, if I... Wow, wait, I can buy it with auto show car vouchers, right?
Yes.
Oh my god. You know what? I'm tempted to sell one for 15 million. And then just buy it back. For nothing. And then I could buy multiple houses right now. And get the benefit of those houses. Fluffit, we're going to do that. So how do I sell cars not auction housed?
I'm trying to find it at the moment.
I bet I would go to, like, my cars, sort by value, select the damn thing, and then in the menu of that, right? There's remove car from garage. But that just, like, deletes it, right? So what if I instead made an auction listing that, what if I knocked even knocking 1 million off the price, someone's gonna grab it, aren't they?
It's a plausible thing. It's never guaranteed.
Well, let's see what everyone else is listing it for, right?
Hmm.
Let's do that. What is everyone else listing their McLaren F1s for? We want to undercut. Maybe not everybody. It's the F1 GT. Okay. I'm seeing, oof. Man, I'm seeing 8.1 million buyout. Player economies, man. Player economies. You have cut off. You're basically, at that point, you're nearly doing half price McLaren GT. Oof. That hurts. You know? That hurts. I'm gonna list it for 8 million. And then you know what? We'll play a little more. I'm gonna list it for 8 million and then like voucher. Yeah. I think I'm gonna do that. And like, yeah. So, and I know this sounds crazy, but the thing is, the cash injection from the sale would be quite nice. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
And out of everything I own, well, it's an S1, whereas the Jag is just an A. So yeah, out of everything I own, it's like the most desirable thing. So we're going to select this. We're going to auction it. We're going to set the value. I'm going to undercut everybody and set it to 8. Oh, wait, hang on. Right, oh, the buyout price can't be changed. Damn.
Yeah, it's basically like video game version of eBay.
Okay, well, I want, see, this is the crazy thing. I want at least 7 million and not less. So I should set the starting price to that, right? That's what I should do. But I know other players were setting it to less. And the thing is, if nobody bids, it's just not going to go. But if I put the floor at 7 million, I'm guaranteed I'm guaranteed to either keep the car or get the amount of money I want, right? Right. You must claim any
Especially
cars.
seeing how, again, you said you're undercutting.
Right. You must claim any cars or credits you've won within 60 days or they will be lost. Shit. Okay. I've got an auction. Well, it's in the process of being listed.
There is
Small
an
sales
error with the
fee?
server. Please
Oh
try
my
again
god.
later.
Right, okay, it's listed now, by the way. It's listed. So now in the auto show, I'm gonna go to the McLaren. This is where people are gonna think I'm crazy, but I'm basically going to the McLaren. I'm finding that car that I listed. And then I'm gonna do buy it. I'm gonna choose the color. Oh, it's gotta be the black. Which the original that I had was not. Okay? It's gotta be black. Use car voucher. So, it says I've only got one car voucher. How did I get this car voucher, and is it possible to get others? Is this a real money thing? You know what I should have
I
used it on?
think
I should have
car
used the car.
vouchers.
I've made a
Like-
I've made a mistake. I should have used that car voucher on the most expensive car in the game. I didn't check what the most expensive car in the game was. It definitely
The
wasn't one of the,
highest I have seen is 10 billion.
and I could have
It
got.
sounded like it sounded like I said billion there. No, I mean million.
Yeah, but I could have got that for free.
Mm. Hello?
Tessa made a mistake. I'm here to correct that mistake.
You can.
And he won't even get. He won't even get the damn reference. How you did?
You can't correct this mistake, man. Voucher was redeemed, and I cannot have it back.
Okay. How?
I mean, it's fine because if that car auctions, basically, right? I've auctioned off a car, my most valuable car I had. If the auction happens, which now I need it to because I have a duplicate.
Yeah.
I will get all the money that I've wanted so that I can buy a couple of houses in this game that will give me some decent gameplay benefits, right? But what I realized is because I didn't have, what I've done is I auctioned off a car and then I've bought the same car again using a voucher where you could basically buy any car for free by redeeming the voucher. But what I should have done is sort the entire car shop by value, and I should have just bought the most expensive car with the voucher in the game. Like straight up, what's the single most expensive car? Then I could have auctioned that and then essentially printed money.
Well, hindsight is 2020 and all that. Doesn't matter. Next time.
True, but the problem is that I realized the moment that I redeemed the voucher.
The button.
Yeah, literally seconds after I pushed the button, I'm like, wait, the smart play would have been Anyway, how are you, CP? I've got an auction going on in Forza Horizon 5. If you wouldn't mind, if you want to go onto the Forza Horizon 5 auction house and buy my McLaren. It's only 8.1 million instead of 15. It's a bargain. It's a bargain.
Yeah. I forgot what I was going to say now. I was going to say something.
Sorry about that.
So, that's it. So,
Turn around when it is safe to do so.
if I said to you, the bird and the cow, what does that bring up in your head? And think food.
The bird
I
I
just had
wouldn't
lunch.
eat, the cow I would. But you went to a pub. That's what I'm thinking.
No.
You went to a pub called the Bird and the Cow. Because they do have weird names, right? You know what I mean? Yeah.
They do, yeah.
Yeah.
Like the slug and lettuce and that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So, what if I told you this was a burger?
What the heck? Yeah.
And this burger has a beef patty and a chicken fillet.
Okay. Now that's chicken, but
Beef patty and a fried chicken fillet.
Yeah. Okay. How was it, man?
It was really nice. Largely because the chicken was still kind of juicy. They didn't overdo it so that it dried out. You know that sometimes you get fried chicken and it's dried out.
Yeah.
It wasn't like that, and they have gravy.
Wow.
So they put gravy on top of the fillet, and then it had the patty on the top.
Alpha, I keep choosing the wrong car. I'm sorry. Hang on a minute. I reckon we will play to expand the festival one more time, and then we'll call the stream. Like I said, I'll play. I'll play more of this next week. But I am enjoying it, and obviously I will keep loading up the game to check on my auction and see if it sells.
It's like a stockpile.
But yeah, I legit should have just bought the most expensive car in the game. Oh well. Thing is though, it's not hard to earn money in this game, so eventually I'll buy the most expensive car in the game. Alpha, did you have any auto show vouchers? Like, did you ever win a second one or something?
If I have one, I have not spent it.
Right. Because basically the way you spend it is whenever you buy a car, like you get a choice of do you want to use your auto show voucher or do you want to pay with credits. So it's the last part of the purchase process. So if you're not being asked that question, it means you don't have one.
This game feels fast as shit. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, this is a 1970s Skyline that I tuned up to 800 A-Class. You know, the same performance rating as the DB10 I was driving. And yeah, this thing is an absolute beast now.
Oh god. Oh dear. In the drink. Oh.
Okay, we're slightly stuck. Here we go. Hang on a minute.
Triangle to rewind.
Yeah, we don't need to do that.
We're going off-roading, lads.
400 meters.
What the hell is this, a boat? Like, what was that?
It's
The next
Forza Horizon. You
arcade
can do that.
event will begin any minute now. Enjoy.
Yeah, no, we're not doing Forza Horizon
Turn
Arcade.
left.
And yet it's going to tell me about it in a minute anyway.
In 200 meters.
Because we're going back in the circle.
You have arrived early. Horizon Arcade will begin
Shut up!
soon.
This is like... Are you... yeah, the tree won that one. The tree won that battle.
It's alright, we got this.
Yeah, we got it. Yeah, we got back on. We're back on. We're back on.
But yeah, one of the houses that I want to buy unlocks a perk that allows you to fast travel to any specific road. So you, rather than having to drive to events, you could just teleport to them. So that'd be kind of nice. I do enjoy driving from place to place though. Right? But it'll just be good to have the option, especially in co-op, where like, if one friend's the other side of the map, you can just show up.
I mean, you see it with a lot of us already because we go from one place to all of a sudden, whoop, we're here now.
But yeah, I've really enjoyed this game so far. It's good. But I'm gonna warn you, CP. I mean, actually, you've got an Xbox Series X. You're okay.
Exactly.
But like, yeah, this game is even bigger in install size than Forza, than GT7.
That's only a problem on PlayStation. It's not really a problem on Xbox or PC. For me.
On PlayStation, even the save data is 2 gigabytes.
I think it's just save data.
Save data on Xbox, I believe, is 16 megabytes when I saw a YouTuber talk about it.
Reserve space 16. My actual save is 28.6 megabytes.
Yeah, so it's like, how the hell? Like, what is what is in that 2 gigabytes of data? Like, I just, yeah. But we
Might
would
just be the way.
but we would need like a hacked PS5 or something, you know, like a
It's
jailbroken
probably
PS5.
the way that the
to
PlayStation
load.
handles memory.
Yeah.
It's probably the way that the PlayStation handles memory, and the Xbox does it differently, so it doesn't need to have that much thingy.
Yeah. Anyway, race will be starting soon. But yeah, this classic Skyline has been great, and the livery, I downloaded that livery from another player. There was a Japanese racer, I forget his first name, but there was a Kurosawa racer that drove this Skyline back in the day, and somebody, a fan of his, like basically made his car livery, which I thought was nice. So I decided to equip
Super
it.
dope.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. Because that's what drew me to it. It looks like a really cool race car.
Yes, Guy. Well, what can I say? I'm enjoying the game. We were thinking of wrapping it up as soon as I expand the Horizon Festival again, which we're close to. But having said that, if you want to join on races and stuff, I will. Yeah, like come on in and I'll keep going. Oh, and if you wouldn't mind buying my McLaren F1 on the auction house for 8.1 million, that'd be great.
If they want to buy it, they'll see it, and then they'll buy it, innit? Otherwise, they won't buy it. I mean, it's kind of how auction works, you know what I mean? Oh my gosh, when I was playing Monopoly with Mum and my sister, it was so funny.
Oh, really?
It was so funny. So every once in a while, an auction would go up because maybe one of us decided we didn't want to pay for the property.
Yeah.
And then Mum is like, "Well, why is Marcus putting this up for auction?" And then she's like, "Because he wants it, but he wants it for a different price." And then she's like, "So what do I do?" Okay, I'm like, "Mum, do you want it or not?" She's like, "No, I don't care." I was like, "No." And then she's like, "No, you have it." Ding, ding. And then you know that thing when you run up the price and then you withdraw, so then they have to pay for it.
Yeah, well, you mean when you do a Yak Bass? Yeah.
I mean, it's not. Yeah, it's a pretty standard practice, you know. Yeah. So he did that, and then so I ended up paying loads of money. Oh god, Monopoly is great. Monopoly is great.
So
It's the
what,
best way to bully family members.
were you playing video game Monopoly or actual Monopoly?
Yeah. Nah, video game
Monopoly, Uno, whatever kind of funny board game
Oh,
exists.
man.
It is
Oh,
just
this is a
prime
big
time
oof,
for
everybody.
quality family
Big
members.
oof. By the way, Sky, I'll read your chat in a minute.
Snakes and ladders. Remember Snakes and Ladders?
Oh god, yeah.
You do realize one of the things I'm really excited for playing, and I'm not saying that everyone that I know that owns a Switch should just go grab it, but after seeing Yo Video Games play Super Mario Party Jamboree, my god, if we did that, I mean, I hope we'd still be friends by the end of it, but my god, it'd be hilarious as fuck.
I can't speak for anybody else, but I think we'll be fine. It's only a game.
You know what? I'm glad you said that on stream, because now I can take that clip and then right afterwards, like, cut to you raging out on a future Mario Party stream. This is great. The content creates itself. Let's go.
You assume that I'm ever going to be playing that game. Like,
Excuse me. Alright, cool. Awesome, Sky.
other games, like Fatal Fury, that's not just a game anymore. That is serious business.
Anyway, you call like 4 hours a long stream. Yeah, you weren't there when I was streaming Horizon Forbidden West, were you?
Are unapproved by the festival.
I
For your
accidentally
reputation.
streamed for
Nope.
7 hours with no
Fine,
breaks.
I won't.
It was good though.
It kind of shows the people that I watch, because everybody that I watch,
It's like at least
generally
8 hours,
speaking,
right? They end after about 8-9
insane.
hours. Yeah.
I'm like, and the thing is, it's a thing where sometimes
And
I
it's
would go
every
to sleep.
stream. It's not just like
Yeah,
once in a while.
yeah. I would go to sleep. This is how bad it is. I would go to sleep, do my 8 hours, wake up, and they're still streaming.
Yeah.
I'm like, what the? And there's some of them are in the UK. They're on the same time zone as me. It's like,
hang on.
bruh.
Sky hangs out with the dude that streams for like 13, 14 hours every Saturday. Damn. Feel free to shout them out purely because, like, I mean, you know, I'd love to get more eyes on their content and support them. But if you
What
if you
happens?
don't
Like, how
if you don't want to, that's fair enough. But like, I'm just
Do you
saying, I'm okay with, like, you know, self-promotion as long as it's not overly spammed. But again, you're a friend, and I'm happy to help out a friend of a friend, you know. So
My thing is this, yeah. Do you think that sometimes, because it is a case of, like, with your 7 hour stream, yeah, I reckon
it
if you're
happened
like me,
entirely by accident. I was just
that's what I'm
immersed
saying.
in the game.
You're having too much fun,
Yeah.
and it's like me and GT7 the other day.
It
If I
didn't
was streaming
even
that thing, that would have
feel
been
like
like 8 hours.
It didn't even feel like effort, and this is why. I mean, when I actually sit and think about it, I can understand why content creators get burnt out. But I feel like if you're feeling burnt out or fatigue over streaming, then you need to change something, and it isn't necessarily I need to stop streaming. Like, there potentially is there is potentially something you can do to make streaming feel effortless. You know what I mean? And for me,
I have a theory.
Yeah, what?
I have a theory. They get burnt out because often they're focused on one game. They play one game because that's what the analytics
that's what
say that they
gets
have
the
to play.
viewership.
That's what they want.
Yeah. My golden rule,
So-
and I've said this loads of times, is I stream what I want to play on that given day. So the reason why you're seeing loads of Forza Horizon, but in a row, is because I genuinely want to play more Forza Horizon. If I didn't, I'd play something else. You know?
Yeah, but my point is, though, as I said, you're right. You play what you want to play. But I think all they need to do, it's not the streaming that's burnt them out. It's the fact that they're playing that one game. That's the time when they need to turn around and play something else. That burnout is the time to turn around and play something else.
Well,
right?
actually, could we have Alpha speak to this? Because here's the thing. Alpha has continued playing games, but Alpha has stopped streaming. So why? Again, not complaining, although I do miss you. Like, but yeah.
I can answer this as well, to be fair. Go on, Alpha.
Alpha?
Because I am not satisfied.
With?
Interesting. With?
Like any of it at the moment.
In terms of?
I have a mindset where if I'm not satisfied and I am having a disconnect with enjoying playing a game, I need to figure something out, and this can take me hours to sometimes even months, or
it's been months.
God knows how long.
Yeah, it's been months.
Because there is something I'm just not clicking with myself.
Okay, but do you even know what it is? Because it's sounding like you don't. You know?
Oh no, I do. I do.
So what is it?
What is it?
I cannot indulge and enjoy RPGs on a stream.
Why?
I kind of understand this as well, to be fair.
No, but I want to hear it from Alpha, because
I'm not having a proper connection between myself and the game.
What? So you basically you're
I'm-
saying that the chat and talking to the chat is a distraction. I
No.
want to point out something.
It
And
is
just-
not.
no,
It
just
has
no,
nothing
it's
to do
not that.
with chat. It's more to do with the fact that the fun I'm having with the game is not reflecting correctly with stream.
See, what you're describing there is is a subjective thing. Like I'm gonna explain how I view this, like through my lens. I'm not saying you have to agree, but I'm just gonna explain it through my lens because it's how I've been able to consistently stream for so long without like so effortlessly. To me, when I'm playing a game on stream, I'm not thinking about, oh, I'm streaming. I'm just playing the game. And the fact that people can watch me do it, I don't even think about it. In fact, as I said yesterday, as you know, as someone that wants to open the door to have people to chat to and stuff, it actually for me makes all gaming better. So I'm just playing the game the same way I would do if the go live button was never hit, right? I'm not playing any
So
different.
when you're referring to the chat and you're talking to the chat halfway through while you're trying to play second, that's what you would be doing even if the stream wasn't on.
Well, obviously not. No.
Exactly.
No.
Because
But
this is where I understand where Alpha's coming from.
yeah,
Yeah, because if I'm playing a single player game, my focus is on the game and the narrative of the game.
Yeah.
I want to get into it. So the chat is going to get ignored.
yeah. Okay,
Flat out, right?
you've made a good point, right? Because Alpha just said to me it's got nothing to do with the chat. I'm not saying you're a
Yeah.
liar, Alpha, but if that was true, right, then you would be able to stream exactly how I stream. You know, where like I can stream, talk to the chat and respond, still enjoy the game. The fact that you don't enjoy streaming anymore, certainly for like RPGs, it's like even though you said that the chat
to do
isn't
with
a
the chat.
distraction, it must be. Because otherwise you would be playing the RPG on stream. So you could
Because
you can say the chat isn't a distraction as words, but your actions are different from
Yes,
your
that it is.
words. Do you know what I mean?
Like I
Yeah.
deliberately do not stream because I particularly when I play a game, I'm focused on the game. I don't want to have to like look on at the
Divert your
chat
attention.
if these
Yeah,
people
I get it.
divert my attention. So that's why I don't do it.
There's nothing
But-
wrong with wanting to just enjoy the game with no other distraction. Because streaming is a distraction. It's okay to
But-
say you'd rather just play the game, but
I
that's
will
what
say-
I'm asking. Like if that's the reason, that's the answer I want. Because from my perspective, I miss watching you play games. Right? And yeah, we could go in a Discord chat and you could share your screen, but for me, it's not the same as me having a chat box. And if I really feel like making your day, I can spend some money and do a Twitch chair or send you a gift sub or do you know what I mean? I've unsubscribed to you not because I don't want to support my nephew monetarily, but because
you just don't do it anymore.
why would I pay for a stream subscription when I don't know when the next stream is going to be? Like, you know,
Which is valid, fair, and it's
I've
financially
I've unsubscribed
stabilizing.
because, you know, you've said you'd be back. You know, you were basically waiting for, you know, meds to stabilize and fine. But I've got to be honest, I don't expect you to come back. Like, you know, and it's and it's
I can
okay.
understand
I want to reiterate, it's okay, but yeah.
I honestly, I think me as well. I get to a point where if I ever got to a point where a game where I'm comfortable with certain aspects of it and I don't have to focus as much, I am much more likely to stream that.
Yeah.
Which is why when I have done it,
Yeah.
it's been KOF,
Yeah.
Street Fighter, to NBA 2K.
Maybe
And
the
Killer Instinct
answer is to just only stream certain games, nephew, and not others, like not other genres.
Which is something I did come to the conclusion about.
Yeah.
I cannot variety stream.
Yeah, no, I hear that.
It is big game hunter kind of thing, and it's just not built for me at this point in time.
But again, fair enough. That is totally fine. But again, as somebody that's a fan of all of your streams, regardless of what the game was, i.e. the variety, I was a fan of the variety. I just got to be honest that I miss it. But you've got to do what you want to do. 100%. You know? But yeah, it's like I can't subscribe to anyone that doesn't actually stream. Like
to your point, Alpha, yeah? To your point. Because I understand what you're saying. When I as a viewer, as a user of like Twitch and YouTube, when I look for a stream and I get used to a stream, I'm going to that person because at first at least, because they're playing a specific game. Yeah?
Yeah.
For example, I'm Still the Daddy is a Street Fighter player for the most part. But for the last however long, he's been playing Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. Now, I like Fatal Fury City of the Wolves. I haven't been watching him because in my mind, he's a Street Fighter player.
Yeah.
Yeah?
And you came to him specifically for Street Fighter.
I came to him for
else.
that. Fergus
Turn around.
streams
when
Tekken,
it is
he's a
safe to
Tekken
do
player.
so.
Yeah.
He's still he's currently streaming Tekken 8. He's one of the few top players that is still doing that. I find myself clicking on his thing and watching his stream just now without even
Turn
realizing.
left.
Now, that's not to say that I won't watch I'm Still the Daddy playing Fatal Fury. But I think the way my mind works is I'm gonna have to come across him and he's gonna have to do something that shows me he can actually play that game that is worth watching. Basically.
Yeah.
Because it's not his expertise. Also, I find when it comes to single player experiences,
I'm also
I've
going to
already
read Sky as well. But yeah, carry on, Marcus. But I will read everything Sky said too.
yeah, unless I've already played it or I have no interest in playing it, I'm probably not gonna watch it.
Okay, yeah. So I'm going to read out all the Sky stuff, and I'm going to actually say something as well. When I play single-player games, I can't even be in a voice chat with my friends. I got to immerse myself, and I can't imagine just doing a stream. I will say this.
Yeah.
If it's a narrative game, I can't be in a voice chat, and you will have noticed I'm not. If it's a narrative game, I can't be in a voice chat. Origami was an exception, but as you will know, with Origami and with Monster Hunter Wilds, if a cutscene was going on, I muted the voice chat, right? You guys all saw that happen. So if it's a narrative thing, yeah, I agree. No voice. And if it's co-op thing and I'm doing things with other people, it's selective voice. But a stream I can do, because Twitch chat, you're silent. I can talk to you, but I can't hear you. And so I can be focused on the characters and the narrative. I am recognizing when I say this, though, this is quite clearly a skill that I have, that I can do just fine, and that doesn't mean that everyone else can. I clearly have a tolerance that, based on what Alpha is saying and what Sky's saying and what CP's saying, like, you guys just you would find it harder to stream narrative games and playthroughs. Fair enough, but at least we all know where we stand now. The only thing that is
fair,
the slight
I don't know how. To be fair, I don't know how focused you actually are, because if I use when you're playing Tekken as an example, when you're talking and you're focused on the chat and you're talking to the chat and you're playing at the same time, your focus completely goes out the window.
I know, but like again.
So I'm not sure how focused you actually are.
Sure, but like I'm playing friends. I'm not in an Evo final. I don't, to a certain degree, Marcus. I'll just be blunt. All right, I don't care. Like I like streaming. You know, for me, it's way better than not. I realize not everyone is gonna feel this way, but I do.
Yeah.
Like,
Turn
and I'm
right.
just gonna be honest, I love streaming. And like I said, I love watching other people stream. I love watching my nephew stream. And if there's only one thing that is that hearing all this I'm slightly disappointed about, it's that he's probably never gonna finish that Mass Effect trilogy playthrough that I really wanted to see him finish. Because he can't stream an RPG. And it's an RPG.
Yeah.
And now,
So
now that I've said that, he's gonna feel like pressure to continue it just because he knows he wants his uncle wants to see it. Now, don't do it. If you're done, you're done. But like,
Turn right.
man, I was excited to see that.
like just now you said you don't care. What do you mean?
Like, as in,
Turn right.
so you know the whole like, oh, Andy's talking to the chat while playing Tekken, he's not focused. That doesn't bother me. Like, let me take the L. I deserve it if I'm not paying enough attention to the game. But chatting to my friends is more important than beating them on Tekken. If I don't want to, like, because sometimes, right, it's like we play long
But
sets
it's
of
not-
Tekken, instant rematch. And if I, in the corner of
Yeah.
my eye, between like holding a mix-up, if I see the Twitch
Yeah.
chat move, but I haven't read it yet, just out
Yeah.
of politeness, Marcus, if I've seen the chat move and Sky's written another sentence, I'm only willing to wait so long before I respond.
So
Okay?
you don't care about giving the person you're playing better matches?
That will happen because of how many matches we play in any given stream.
Not necessarily.
But
Not necessarily.
there
'Cause not
comes
about how many
there
matches
comes
you
a
play.
point where, like, think about it. The person typing in the chat has already had to like spend a lot of patience waiting for me to respond to what is said. If I'm trying to make
Yeah.
any point here, it's that I would
Yeah.
want both sides, the person I'm fighting and the person chatting to me, to be equally patient. There can't be one person's getting all my attention the whole time
Yeah.
and the
what
other
I'm
not.
saying to you is, you're not doing that though. You're giving more focus to the chat,
Am I?
and so the person playing you is not getting the best match they could be getting. Now, when the match finishes, then you can wait. You don't have to instant rematch. Respond to the chat, and then we go into the next game. That's how everybody else that does this
Sure,
does it.
and I do want to point out, like, I can't pull up loads of, like, I can't do an instant mental montage, at least not without AI, and show you all the times where I have waited for between matches of when I've waited to respond. That does happen. Do I need to be better at it? Absolutely. But it's again, if I want to
Yeah, it's just
respond to
that-
chat, I will do it. Like, sorry.
Yeah, respond.
You know?
Okay, listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm not saying don't respond to chat. So I don't know why you even coming to that. What I'm saying
I know
to you
you're not.
is,
I know that's not what you're
Yeah.
saying. It's okay.
What I'm saying to you is, the match finishes. It's 1-0. We can sit there. You respond to chat. They might even be talking to that person playing the match as well, and you respond to chat, and then we go into the next one. Everybody gets what they want.
Yeah. So
That's what I'm
Sky
saying.
wants to chime in on this. There is a degree of mutual expectation that needs to be established. You want high quality, difficult matches? Play Yaksumi. You know. Andy is clearly working with the Twitch chat and social interaction. Yeah. And actually, there's do you need to type like a second message for all this point to fit? Like, yeah, like, again, I'm sorry. Oh, as well. Yeah. Exactly, Sky. You've nailed it. I want both, and that might irk some people, like CP, but that is what I want, though.
Sky. There's context that he's not adding in. Because during conversations when we're not streaming, he will tell me and Yax that he wants to get better.
I do.
He wants to play the game and he wants to think.
But I think I already have got better. So I think the disconnect here is like, the different definitions are better. I don't think I'm ever gonna be a you or a Yax, no matter how well you guys
I'm
try
not
to
gonna be
train
a
me up, right? I'm never gonna be at your level. And I appreciate all the time and effort that you put into helping me get there. But I think that there's only so much you can actually do. And there's also only so much patience and determination that I actually have. It might not be high enough. It might never be high enough. But the main thing about me and these streams and everything we do here, I just want everybody that's involved, whether you're watching, playing, or me playing myself, I just want everybody to have a good time and a good conversation. And I do think this is a good conversation. This is a very cool and interesting topic to dive into. But like, yeah, I don't know, man. I'm sorry that like when we fight, you feel like I'm not always 100% in it and you want me to be 100% in it. I do try to get better at responding in between matches, but sometimes like the chat moves at times where like the best time to respond, like, okay, best time to respond, please put that in imaginary air quotes, right? Because it's not the best time to respond for the person that's fighting against me. Absolutely, we can all agree on that. But the best time to respond, depending on what I've actually read and the full context of it, like let's say if someone comes in and says they're having a really bad day, I want to respond to that sooner than the guy that says, man, why are you playing Tekken 8? This thing sucks. Do you understand what I mean? Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
So I guess what I'm trying to say to you, Marcus, is there's always going to be times. There is always going to be times where I'm like, I'm fighting you, and I'm like, hang on a minute, I'm going to divert my attention over here. I'm always going to do that.
Turn left.
That's cool. Just imagine, because what I'm actually getting at is imagine me and you having a conversation, and you're trying to talk to me, but I'm completely ignoring what you're saying, and I'm having this conversation with someone else over there. In a way, that's
it's a
kind
bit
of what
like
it's
that.
like.
Yeah, no, I don't want to seem rude. I don't want to seem rude. I can understand how you think it might be rude, but I am
really
trying
about the
to.
gameplay. I don't explain that to you.
I'm trying to keep multiple plates spinning, man, because I want to and choose to. If I didn't stream, I wouldn't have multiple plates. But I like having the multiple plates. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
My day-to-day life has honestly been improved by my streaming, especially with the situation and circumstance I find myself in, where so many friends have either passed away or pieced out for one, bitter, stupid squabble that I totally would never have wanted to happen, So like, because again, these streams are so beneficial to me. If I wasn't doing this stream, I would just be sat here listening to Tool or something. I don't know. Like, which I love doing that as well. But I don't want to do it every day, all day. Like, yeah. I love my streams. And a big reason is for everyone that's in them with me. You, my nephew, Sky, like, yeah. But I am sorry for talking to chat when I'm fighting people. No, I'm sorry. But I will try.
You do what you do.
I mean, it clearly is enough of an issue to the point where you wish I didn't do it. But, it's
an issue for me. It's not an issue for you, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but again, I don't want it to be an issue though. Like I am a people pleaser through and through. You're not pleased, so I'll be more mindful of it. But there's only so much that I can do, or that I'm willing to do, because I don't want it to compromise. I don't want it to come at a compromise of someone else. So
yeah.
But I don't want to overcompromise against you. If anything, right? And again, it's totally fine. I wouldn't be surprised if I develop a paranoia of like, oh shit, if I'm not locked in, CP's gonna be pissed. Like, that's the dangerous thought that this can inject, Like,
It ain't that bad.
But
It ain't that.
I get your point though, right? I do get your point, and I respect it, man. The nice thing about this friend group, right, is that if we got any kind of issue, even a small one, at least we can talk about it like civilized adults. Unlike a lot of people like in the
absolutely.
web, you know, I can say to my nephew, "I miss your Mass Effect streams," and we're still okay, right? Alfred, please tell me we're still okay.
Although I could easily just go and say, yeah, well, guess what? Tough shit. Fuck you.
I got everyone clear.
But I wouldn't.
All right.
Hello.
Yeah, that's so funny.
Real talk though, I genuinely miss that playthrough. Like, those games are really special to me, and watching you play them was really cool. Because here's the cool part about it. You don't make the same decisions I did. And I just want to see what you would do. Like, so if that playthrough ever comes back, I mean, I was about to say that I'll even pay to see it. Well, let's be real. I did pay to see it. I was a subscriber at the time. But I would even pay more to see it. Like, you know. But you got to do it when you want to, you know.
I'll be emotes at the moment, so you wouldn't really be getting anything special.
What? Sorry, what?
I don't have any tier 3 emotes, so
it doesn't matter. Like, and again, if money is what you need to get you back on Mass Effect, I'll see what I can do. But like, nah, it shouldn't be about the money. You should want to do it because you want to. Yeah.
I specifically want to see Mass Effect. I would give you money to finish the Mass Effect.
I will. Here's the thing though. I legit would.
Wow.
I legit would.
I know. I don't doubt that for a second. I don't doubt it for a second at all.
But yeah, you gotta want to do it, nephew. You gotta want to, you know. And I can tell.
The thing that would really get me into more of Mass Effect is more stupid shit.
What do you mean?
Firing a probe into Uranus, for example.
I mean, you did that, right? You can do stupid stuff in that trilogy, man. Like, yeah.
But it's a trilogy I have next to no knowledge about, and
which can I say something real quick? Because you haven't actually seen it, to me that makes it that draws me in more to be like, oh, I haven't played it, so it's a new experience even though it's an old game, and that makes me more excited to play it because I haven't yet. But the inverse is happening for some reason. And I'm like, huh. Again, it's totally okay. But it's surprising to me. Because, like, in the beginning, like, you're talking like, oh, I'm so excited to do this playthrough. And then it just stopped. You know?
I mean, to me, that just says that perhaps to him, the game just isn't like as great as it could be. Because if it was,
I mean, it is an old game, right? This is the thing about remasters, right? By today's standard, like Mass Effect 3 is 2012. So it plays like a 2012 game. And gaming has changed. The feel of combat in third-person RPG, it's changed. So,
yeah, but it's not necessarily better.
Yeah, exactly.
If a game is great, a game is great. It doesn't matter when it was made.
Yeah. But again, I'm sorry that I keep ragging on about the Mass Effect. It's just, if there was one thing...
Bro, it's alright.
If there was just one thing that I want to see, it is that.
It's alright. It's alright, Alpha. Whenever he says this, just say, Andy.
No.
Shenmue.
Okay.
Shenmue.
Yeah.
Yeah, just throw that back at him.
You know what? Okay, and again, Alpha.
Actually, no. I'll go even further.
Final Fantasy VII Remake. I know it's coming.
Yeah.
There we go.
Exactly that.
There we go. There it is.
I have no idea how to block that attack.
We all do it.
Yeah.
That backlog of mine is looking fucking ridiculous.
At least though, right? And again, this is not a dig to any of you that did stream and stuff. At least, though, my streams have kept happening. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, but yeah, no, I get it. I get it. I do get it. And
You enjoy
Counter
it.
argument.
Of course it does.
I'm autistic and hit autistic burnout at one point, and I'm still working through that.
I know,
therapy
I
and
know,
stuff.
I know, I know, I know, I know.
Man's got MBO.
I know, I know.
I know.
And
I
and
can't
I,
exactly
and
throw
I
that as
also
the
know,
biggest
I also know
fuck
you're
you.
not somebody to just throw that around like an excuse to
No.
as a reason to not do anything. Like, you know, if like somebody says like,
to me,
"Hey,
it is
Alpha, you got that report I
a-
asked for you for?" And then you're like, "No, Kevin, I do not." If you get that reference, then we're friends.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Yeah. I thought it was appropriate
Okay,
given
can I
that.
heal?
Uh,
Good, I can.
How are you, Ryan? Talking to nephews, how are you doing, man? Do you want to?
I'm doing
I'm
well.
assuming you're in a different game that isn't Forza Horizon, so I'm assuming you don't want to convoy
Yep,
and blow, right?
currently playing
guess
the
to say
game
he's
that
playing Expedition,
everyone's
it's free to
talking
free.
about.
Expedition 33.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
I'm not gonna
I'm
lie.
nearly
I
at the
saw
end
that.
of the game, though. Can you blame me?
No, of course not.
I saw that game at one of these trade show thingies, and I was like, it looks cool, but I don't know.
See, I'm tempted to play it, but again, RPG. You know how you were saying, "Oh man, I can't stream RPGs." Like, what? Like, it's not for the reason you said. When I think about streaming an RPG, I'm like, that is literally 2 to 3 months of a stream schedule just off the bat. And do I really want to stream the same game for 2 to 3 months? Do
really.
my viewers want to see the same game for 2 to 3 months? You know,
Probably
like
not.
That is not how to play that.
you know. So it's like all of my friends are playing Clear Obscure, and it's not even a question of like, would I want to or not. I'm sat there thinking, should I even? You know.
If you was to have set days in which you do that playthrough, and you play other
but
games,
then it goes
other
from 2
streaming
to 3 months to potentially like a full year. Yeah.
Yes. No, I understand.
So, yeah, any kind of split up that you do makes it longer. And we know that from when I loved the playthrough, by the way, nephew. I mentioned it before, I'll mention it again. Path of Exile 1 with a 10-act story, action RPG. It took us a month to beat, and that was with you regularly showing up to stream it with me. If that hadn't have been the case and we did it origami style, like once a week, we'd still probably be doing that playthrough now. You know? Like,
I wish I owned Origami too, because I did genuinely enjoy it.
oh, dude, we just wrapped up that playthrough recently, so it's all on YouTube now. That was really cool. I was very bad at it, but it was very cool.
You tend to try and copy everything that Maximilian does. So how does Maximilian do these things?
I've not seen him play origami actually.
No, but I mean like single player playthroughs of like big games. How does he do it? Because I don't watch it.
You know what I've noticed? Like he will. In a way, I kind of like his approach, but it's definitely.
I know you do. That's why I mentioned it.
Yeah, it's not the way I think though. Where, unlike me, Maximilian has got to a point where he's okay with just not finishing a game. Whereas,
if it's not hitting for him, he just won't finish it.
Yeah. And yeah, I realize I sound like a hypocrite because there are lots of playthroughs, Final Fantasy VII Remake, that I started years ago and I still haven't got back yet. But the reasons, where the difference is that the reasons for stopping are different. I didn't stop because I wasn't enjoying the game. I stopped because I'm flooded with releases that I also want to play, and I'm also kind of, again, I keep that variety thing in mind where like, okay, shorter game that I'm equally excited for is coming out, let me swap to that because I can bang it out quicker. And then the release calendar just trucks along.
Does it?
Yeah. But
Yeah,
well, no, I
yeah,
banged the
okay.
game out quicker. But by the time I finished that game that was quicker, something else then comes out that I also can bang out
Turn
quicker.
left.
And then another
Yeah.
game comes out that I can bang out quicker. And so just by accident, full years have gone by.
See, what Max would have done
Yeah.
is because he has certain games that he doesn't like and therefore doesn't finish. He would have focused on Final Fantasy VII because he knows he likes it.
See,
So
that's the thing.
certain other games get left out because he just
Yeah.
likes that.
And all
He has
it
to
comes
make the
down
decision.
to is that I didn't want to leave those games out because I'm just as much of a fan, or maybe even more,
Yeah.
of these shorter
Yeah.
games.
Yeah, and sometimes he does go back to things later on. Like
Yeah.
he will like sometimes go to games later on. But I suppose that speaks to
I
the
have
size
no
of
idea when I'm going back to Baldur's Gate 3, but when I was playing it, I loved it. You know?
I played that game made me laugh. I played it with Yax because he let me share play it, and it made me laugh because I'm got
Oh,
the
sorry,
worst luck.
Sky. See, here's the thing. I've just ignored Sky for ages. I'm so sorry. Let's read chat before I do another race.
Mhm.
See, this is the
Good
problem.
idea.
This is the problem, Marcus. It's like, it's a juggling act, and I suck at juggling.
No, you did all right that time.
I'm not a good juggler.
No,
either.
I did all right that time for you because I've been responding to you really good.
No,
but like
no,
I have
no,
missed so much Sky
no,
chat.
no,
It's
no,
ridiculous.
No. You missed my point. You missed my point. You
Yeah.
didn't go back to the game and then look at Sky later on. You were talking to me and then you went to the chat.
Yeah.
And then you
But
realized
I'm
that
gonna
Sky
be
had said
here
it
a
was-
while because I have missed so much Sky chat. Not about it.
Yeah.
Something that's one-sided issue. Gotta work through. Also see above. Can I get that person? They call me the guy.
So I need to go this way.
I think
that-
it could be a good solution if you want to balance it, Andy, is to be like lock-in sets. If you wanted to go that way. But separate
I'm guessing I need to go
sets from the
this
casual
way?
sets. I just think I'm a more casual set kind of guy, but you're right, I could give this a try. And
Then I drop down.
it's not quite
Is this the way to go?
Yeah. Can
I
I give you
pray
a
it
personal
is.
example? Yes, you can. And
And
it's
it
not
isn't.
okay. I'm not. Yeah, I'm doing my best to keep the plates spinning, guys. I'm doing my best.
That's what I'm
Right.
saying. You're doing okay. It'll get better. It'll get better.
Yeah,
'Cause the key thing- what you-
here's the hilarious
what-
part, though, man. We're having this discussion on stream 1898.
Yeah. And
I've been doing this over 4.5 years.
yeah, that doesn't necessarily. You haven't always had loads of people in the chat though.
I have 2 people watching the stream, and only one of them is chatting.
Okay. So you weren't playing any game. You were just talking to me, and only one person is chatting,
Yeah,
and you didn't see it.
no, I didn't see it because I'm
Okay.
driving in a racing game. Yes.
Oh, so you were playing? Okay. Well, then that's gonna happen, then, isn't it? Because you're playing the game.
It is.
So
It
you're
is.
gonna be able to read the chat.
It is.
Yeah, exactly.
It is. Sky.
That's exactly my point.
Sky says it's all right though. I'm not satisfied.
Exactly.
But if Sky's okay, yeah.
It is.
Anyway, yes. Please give me your personal example, please. Sorry that it took me so long to see that.
No, I messed up the parry timing. Oh god. I messed up another parry. Oh my god.
Oh no.
And now one of my expedition members is dead. Fine, I have the power of revive guild.
I mean, it is an RPG.
Completely honest, I think I'm gonna call it.
All right, man.
So I'm going to dip,
Well, it
but I have had a lot of fun.
No worries, man. What I'll probably do is I'll make this the last race then. And to be fair, you don't have to stay for last race if you want, but I am literally at the race. So with that in mind, do you want to be in last race or not?
Nah, I'll dip from it.
All right.
Alright,
But thank you for the offer.
No worries. But yeah, take care.
All right.
And thank you for
see
joining.
ya.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
Okay, this is a
Oh,
wall of
thank
text.
God, that
Right,
has
bear with me,
happened.
everybody.
Thank God.
I love walls of text. Let's
Who
go.
doesn't?
So like when I would play with my best friend, we would have two modes. Usually stream matches to our other friends in the call so they can watch because sometimes we just play with the chat and whatever. But sometimes my friend would be like, "Guy, lock the fuck in. You're getting hit by stupid shit." And I'm like, "Okay, yo, we're locking in for a first to 5, and it's not even a worse thing for everyone else to call because they know they're about to see some crazy fucking tech, and we balance it like that so it works out nicely. Nobody loses anything, and it comes different for a bit. Yeah, I'll. You know what? Can we like I want to do some expectation management from all sides.
Sky, if he doesn't care about getting better, then it doesn't.
No,
That's the only.
Wait.
Hold on, no. Let me finish. That is the only reason why I said what I said. If he doesn't mind and he's just playing the game to have fun and whatever, then it's okay. It's fine. It's not a big thing.
See, here's the thing. This is the part where I turn what you say on its head a bit, right? I want both. So if you like, I'm gonna say something, right? What I ask from all sides, be it Twitch chat or anyone that sees this on YouTube and then tunes into a future Tekken stream, I'm going to do a little bit of expectation management and also ask for some patience is not the right word, but it also gets my point across to a point where it makes sense. So substitute patience with a better word if you could think of one. But like, I'm going to try to like do the mix that Sky's described because I've never tried doing it that way. We don't know how well it's going to work until we try it. But yeah, I think there's always going to be those edge cases depending on if I have read chat and depending on what I read. I'm still going to do what what Portessa perceives to be best depending on what's written. But yeah, we can have both. We can have both. We should do both. I'll give it a go. Because I legit want both. I want to be completely locked in for like first to 5s, not first to 10s, 15s or 50s. Because if it's first to 10, like if it's 10, 15s or 50s, then I can't read chat.
In Tekken 8, your hands can't last that long in Tekken 8, mate.
No, but I can't read chat. If it's 15, if it's 10s, 15s and 50s, I can't read chat. I just like your chat, you're there, but I'm ignoring you. And I'm not about that, you know. I didn't see the Battlefield thing. You know what? When I end the stream, I will check my messages. See, I'm ignoring Sky everywhere. I'm sorry. I was like, I will check it. Oh, they're all on sale. I believe I already own. Are you on about like the Steam versions? Well, 2042 I can play via crossplay. The older ones I already own on Steam and they work in crossover. So I mean, Battlefield 4, like I'd love that. I'm gonna make this the last race of the stream because my nephew's already gone. I hope I didn't irritate him. It's like, where is Mass Effect? But like, I do miss his streams. I do. I'd rather be honest with people. Like, man, you're a good streamer. I miss your streams. You know?
I very badly messed up the parry.
Doesn't mean he has to do them. But I would rather be honest. And he's still worth a follow because he's still got a bunch of VODs. In fact, he's got a YouTube where all of his stream VODs live, right? Pretty sure. So go check him out.
Right, now that better have been worth it.
But yeah, like I know when I wrap up the stream, unless I'm staying in a Discord chat with CP or whatever, my day is going to be very quiet. I like a bit of quiet each day, but not all day. Like, you know.
Now, where the hell am I meant to go from here?
Nah, CP, I love what we do, man, and like it's good like with the fighting games on Tekken as well. Like, I think it's great, man. The fact that we can like fire up a game, play matches, and because I'm live, I think one thing that's nice is whenever we've had the scenario where, because I'm live, someone new has found us, and then they end up playing with us too. And slowly but surely the circle grows. Whereas if we'd have just stayed playing just me, you, Yaks, and that's all it is, that's frankly all it would stay as, right? Sky found us because of Tekken. So, like, the streams of it. So, yeah. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing, but I will try and be better at locking in.
No, it's only because you are like, I want to get better at this certain aspects
yeah,
of the
it
game.
sounds like I'm saying one thing and doing another. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but if it doesn't matter that much, then it doesn't matter. We could just play for funsies. Because when I come to your streams and play Tekken with you anyway, that's all it is. It's funsies. I'm not even like. The truth, we're not really locked in either.
Oh, nice win, by the way. Ryan has actually jumped in for that last race. Thank you, man. I hope it's okay if I wrap up now, though, Ryan. Because to be fair to me, I've been going for 5 hours. So I think that's long enough for a part 6 of Forza.
Yeah.
But I will do more.
If I get the chance, I'll make sure to hop in and join for some raids on part 7.
Yeah. I probably will, because, you know, tomorrow's Saturday, and, you know, there might be a stream, there might not. I don't have a stream scheduled, but I was talking to Mum about golf this morning. So, you stay tuned on that. And then Sunday evening will be Tekken. So, more Forza will be sometime next week. And I'll let you know via Discord when it'll be. Alright? So...
From now on, I'll pop a message in the co-op planning chat whenever I'm available.
Yeah, sure.
Which won't be very often, for the record, by the way.
That's fine, man.
Thinking about it, right?
Well, if you're not available, here's the thing, right? If you're not available, don't respond, or just don't jump in. Just do whatever you want, play whatever you want to play, do what you got to do, and you don't have to respond.
Yeah.
So I'll just assume you're busy.
I'll make sure to drop by.
Here's the easiest thing for you. I'll assume you're busy unless you actually drop by, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll still let you know when I'm playing so that you know. But then you can just ignore that message, live your life, like you play your games, do your thing. But at least you know that I'm there, so that if you wanted to jump in, you just can. Yeah. That's probably the easiest way, because then that way you don't have to take the time to write a message just to say I'm not gonna make it. I'd rather you say like I'm on my way, but I'll just assume you can't make it unless you make it. So yeah, that might be the easiest way.
Yeah, like. I'll mostly like.
Is it because you've got school and things coming up? Is that it?
Yeah, I'm officially back for 21 days, and then I've got a week of freedom again.
Nice, man.
So,
not that you're counting or anything, you know.
Oh, believe me, I am.
I was definitely counting when I was at school. I was 100% counting when I was at school.
Yeah.
Every half term.
Yeah.
Well, I am non-stop keeping track of time, because like, I enjoy being able to plan things.
Sadly, I lost my max level save when I unlocked everything on Battlefield 4 because it was an Xbox, but still a banger game. Oh man! Sky! My sympathies to you, friend. Okay, well that's part 6 of Forza Horizon 5 in the books. We officially maxed out the DB10 car mastery, and then we've been playing a classic Skyline to 800 spec. It's been a lot of fun. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. I hope you guys enjoyed the interesting stream discussion. I hope that Freelancer Alpha isn't annoyed at me at how much I miss his streams and Mass Effect. But yeah, take care of yourselves and each other. Yeah, it's important. And again, CP, thank you again for the interesting discussion as well, because well, we touched a lot of
It happens with me, bro. It always happens with me. No matter who I'm talking to, some sort of conversation comes up about something.
Yeah.
How sick would it be, given how things are going with Tekken 8, if Tekken 8 ends up on Game Pass?
I would love that. Don't get me wrong. I
And
probably wouldn't be able to install it, considering storage space.
Well, the thing is, right? Not that I'm telling you how to use your console, but like, listen, dude. There's probably a truth that says, because you got the 1 terabyte Series S, yeah, the bigger one.
Yeah,
yeah. So, like, already. As somebody that had for a long time only 860 gigabytes of usable space on his PS5, there is absolutely no way you are playing all of your installed games in a rotation at this moment. You're probably rotating between 2 or 3 of the 7 or 8 that are probably on there. So they don't all need to be installed right now.
That's true.
Yeah.
I could probably get away with uninstalling like Atom 4 and stuff.
Exactly. But that's all my point. But again, I don't want to criticize people. I feel like I've accidentally criticized a lot today. I don't mean any like no disrespect. No disrespect. I just am yeah. If I have thoughts, I want to try and respectfully share them. And we have a dialogue about it.
I mean no disrespect either, and I just want to point that out.
Yeah, I just never lock in, and I know I never lock in. Like, what did you say, man?
I was just yeah.
I love you guys.
Yeah, no, it's yeah, yeah.
Anyway, yeah. Take care, guys. I'm gonna wrap it up here. I'll see you. I'll see you soon. Bye.
See you around, everyone.